Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は38日目です。It is day 38. Yesterday we had a wild little bumpy ride. We're gonna implement some things along the way on level up. We'll try it, but it won't be for maybe another 4 days or more, depending on how much I struggle working this stuff out. The nice thing is there's a mistake category, so we can at least cover up what we messed up yesterday. So let's go over these before I hit the review. Largely a short, the next 3 or 4 days are going to be shortened, right? And lessons might come up because of new vocabulary words. Maybe we can implement something along the way for the occasional new words and whatnot. Let's get right into it. Okay. So I think we're gonna focus on mnemonics first. So what I see is a samurai, right? A samurai hitting a leader samurai. That leader samurai is a leader by doing. And what is the leader doing? Leading sheep. She. Right. We'll do the kanjis first. So I see a drying rack with horns. In order to dry your horns, you must lay hay flat. A. I see a king with a drop. Oh, actually, I see a master, right? And what does the master do with the drop? They bend water. So a master waterbender. That's a little bit touch up for myself. A master waterbender bends water into shoots, right? Shoe. I see a thread. So thread, what do you do with thread? You eat it. You put it in your mouth. Feel the wormy thread in your mouth. Right? So eat. Ito. And you have a treasure filled with energy, right? And in order to get access to that, the treasure, the energy that's inside the treasure, you need a key. Right. Now we're gonna go through these. So we have name and name and character. So when you have a name and character, what is that? Well, an important name is your surname. And surnames are more numerous when there are more people, right? More people with the same surname. So myo. So myoji. You have fingers plus, well, you have strike, and then tsu. Tsu is for thing. So to strike or hit something, right? To strike or hit something. How does this translate to that? When you strike or hit something, you gotta hit something, right? So you might as well hit a uni with a special hammer or something. Oh boy. So you gotta hit in uni. So utsu. A few years is someone who's very young, and typically it defaults to a male because we already have one for female, right? Shoujo. This is shonen. No, it's sho and then it's onyomi, right? I think that's the only thing we got here. So, a few years. Boy. kakigori. Unfortunately, rendaku. And rendaku. Kaki, I suppose that could give you the idea of cut. Shaved, right? But kakigori is kakigori. Rendaku. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet about rendaku. This one we have year and middle. So it's more like if you look at the middle, it's before and after. Finally back to some video game today. It was actually unexpected. I'm gonna do a quick. I kind of skipped the messages in the beginning of the login, but I log in. I play PSO2 NGS every day, and that last update, I didn't see that the update had a story chapter update. So for PSO2, I already told myself. I think it's been 2 years now. Yeah, PSO2 is 2 years old. PSO2 NGS is 2 years old, maybe even 3. I do story updates, so the game gets consistently updated every 2 or 3 months, but usually it's mechanical stuff. So yeah, I get to play a little today. I get to talk about the story a little bit. It's been 7 months since since the last time. I was expecting maybe half a year. Oh yeah, 7 months is about half a year. Yeah. This one was year and middle, right? So you think of the middle of the year, but there's plus or minus the year. This is how I'm thinking about it. So middle is more of a number line. There's something before and after. So this is a whole year and or throughout the year. And this is also rendaku, which we don't have a trigger word for the rendaku. Other than if this one, I'm relying on a crutch. I have a crutch. When I think of words, when you think of onyomi, or like when you think of a read, if there's a chance that the initial of the word of the read that goes into this that sounds close, and it has a ten, right? It has a possibility of being represented with a ten, then usually you have to consider the possibility of rendaku when you first read it. Not when for memorizing. Like you can memorize the rendaku, obviously. However, you kind of get into the pattern of, wait a minute, this sounds like it could be a rendaku because it doesn't sound. So I've been relying on that intuition for now until I find some sort of other trigger word, maybe. I don't think it's really necessary. After you say it, when you say in patterns, you're like, well, chu could be ju, you know, kori could be gori, da, and ta could be da in the second position. So rendakus tend to have that grouping. So we're just gonna stick with this. If I miss them, I miss them. It's a rendaku. We'll learn case by case. And then sol or hayabia, right? Hayabia, because haya, right? It's a ten in not that it's always true, right? It could be haya for all intents and purposes, but you kind of fill it out for now. So we'll stick to, and this is repeating. So early sounds good. Concerning your slight frustration at the lack of vocabulary, I feel like I can really recommend Wikistats. I need something that, so here's the thing, I need something that is right next to these things. If it's somewhere else on another window, that defeats what I'm saying. So if it's not like right next to, I need them on the same exact screen next to these things. So if it's not placing a box, when I meant literal, I really meant literal. It has to be visible on the same screen. to serve my purpose. If I'm going to a different screen, I could just go to any of these other screens to do so. But the idea is I'm writing on the screen, so they have to be next to each other. So wiki stats, if you're saying it's on the same, no, I'm talking about on this screen right here. Like literally on this screen, not a different screen with this on it on WikiStats. So you're saying that I can place a vocabulary box right next to this little screen right here. Or I can like shuffle these things. If I can, I'll go do it in the next like 2 evenings. And the WikiStats have something that displays all the vocabulary while it's in stats, and it can be viewable within the screen size. Is that what you're telling me? It's a very specific request. It's a pandering thing. So I'll go out of my way to do it for functional purpose, for display purposes. But if it does not do that, then it's extra, which I can compensate by writing. So we're not going to another screen. We're staying on this screen and then placing the box right next to it. It's not a separate element as well, because streaming, you have to capture within the same element, right? I could, in the future, when it becomes a problem or I need it, I could use the WikiStats as a separate element for review and whatnot. So that is something to keep in mind, which didn't change my initial thought. I was going to integrate scripts as they go. Oh no, if you want it on WaniKani itself, you would indeed need a script. WikiStats is a separate website. I figured it's a separate website. Yeah. Well, I already knew what WikiStats does because I read the forums. So, the problem that's not being considered here, or the pragmatic constructive thing that's not being considered here, is how do I capture it, right? I could go to WikiStats. I have to make sure how to block and frame the Wikistat page, and then we can write on the Wikistat page instead. So if that becomes if that ends up being an evolution of this, then we'll probably do that. In this case, my vision is literally remove all of this and have all these boxes shuffleable. But that would involve the devs and or someone to code all these modules, right? All these modules. And I can probably go to the Wikistat website to do so after I, grab the key. It's probably an API key, and have them filter all those things. So I will have to set that up separately for capture. Largely because when you click around on websites and stuff, you could dox yourself, which I'm incredibly... Some people might think I'm taking too many precautions, but I prefer to be safe about capturing your browser window. There's a reason why you can't see anything above my browser window. Largely because I don't like... Yeah, you can't underestimate... Uh-oh. What happened? That completely derailed what? Okay. Well, anyways, I was right here. So early is really early, and you as soon... I don't like... what are my other options for so? Just after, immediately after, quickly, early. Did I get bobbed for quick? Pretty sure I got bobbed for quick. Because it's adverbial. Or they were emphasizing suffix, even though it's a noun type. Yeah. This is Mo, our Mo guy. Mo teaches us letters of the alphabet. Mo teaches us letters from the alphabet. So letters of the alphabet is the context clue that adds Mo. So instead of explaining, I'm basically paraphrasing the already paraphrased mnemonic. At some point, we paraphrase it to the point where we no longer require it. That's kind of the shorthand of things. I keep shorthanding the mnemonic until it disappears. And then Nyuroku. Right. This was a jerk reflex for input. Because I stopped thinking about the input story for CS. I just shorted to CS. As opposed to thinking about working at a dev company or the group themselves and then inputting things. And thinking about job opportunities. Okie dokie. Right. Let's get into it. Okay. I will probably install the double check script though very soon, largely to compensate for my hardware malfunctions and my typo when I'm talking. Have you seen someone capture wiki stats before? Actually, I don't even know. Have you? Is there someone streaming WaniKani? I'm sure there's someone streaming WaniKani. Right? Some of those peeps that have their study logs, possibly. If you feel inclined to do so, I would still suggest you have a look offline, link your account, see what... I know, that's what I would do. Yes. You use it to complement your... That's fair. I mean, I can do it manually. That's probably one of the things I would do for the heck of it. Wiki stats is doing the thing that I think about. Is like, it would be nice to have stats, but also it interferes with the whole principle of trying to figure it out. Probably so. You're the only one you're watching though. I see. So, I already did that, by the way. I already looked at the wiki stat page. Yeah. And it is great to show the stats. The stats are okay. I mean, they're things to help keep you track of things, but I didn't see any particular stats that help with any pragmatic things at the moment. So I didn't consider the idea of putting wiki stats anywhere. I think the people, how I come across it was people who post a thread, show me your learning curve, or show me your like wiki stats timeline. So everyone's spamming their timeline, and my first thought is it's pretty cool visually, but as someone who is learning with it, looking at stats can make you hyper focus on things that you otherwise don't actively pay attention to. Yeah, so it's very analogous to like looking at viewership count and subscription count over time. My personal take on it. So I'll use wiki stats if it becomes functionally relevant to certain things. It's more of the content in the items page. Okay. There are contents in the items page here too. So I agree. Yes, there are content. You can look at the content in the items page. You can also look at the content in the items page on the site. The organization might be different and could be helpful. However, it's no different than, I mean, I don't use that right now, so I could see the organization and the usefulness of it later. I did look at it, so thanks for the suggestion. I looked at it maybe 3 weeks ago because that's what people constantly recommend. I don't think so, but I will take a look at it again. I mentioned API like 2 minutes ago. I understand how API tokens work. It was part of my explanation of how Wikistats work, or how I think it works, or what I did with Wikistats page. Mnemonic for that? No, I guess that's just Onyomi, right? What's this for? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I did say I already use it a couple of times. As you continued. Perhaps you were, understandably preoccupied with explaining things. I wasn't aware, if it is available, that you can shuffle and move the wiki stats boxes. So that was something that I was talking about that I might not have been aware of. If it can change the layout of the wiki stats thing to do what I thought. Other than that, displaying the item page is I saw the display of the item page already. Something with tossing? Oh, oh, tossing out old things. New Year's resolution. Kind of like, what kind of thing am I thinking of? I like your iPhone app or like your Android app where you move modules into a tile. So I didn't check hard enough if Wikistats had a tile format, something like in HTML5 or something, where, you know, your typical HTML5 or maybe a built-in Java or something where you fit into tiles and resize the windows within a module. I don't think that was something. I didn't try though. If I had to be honest, I looked at what the information was on the stats and I realized that that would be very, very interesting for review. Oh, there, Procall. So I'd probably use that for review, like review, and long-term review. So like the things that I did for Duolingo, Japanese, and Chinese is 100 days. I was gonna set up and lay out the wiki stats page so I can interact with it in that way. I didn't find it immediately functional for the day-to-day use yet. Largely because trackers like that tend to reveal things that may not be important to me at the time. But the item page is a strong consideration. I need to remind myself what the layout looks like. I only looked at it once or twice 3 weeks ago. Okay. Oops. Centaur? This was Centaur, right? Two centaurs. Did you answer it? Did you answer if someone asks how you are as a greeting, or do you just greet them back because they usually aren't actually asking you how you are? That's a good question. Are you American, Protocol? I have a slight cultural thing. No, you're English. That's interesting too. I typically do not answer back. When I typically say like, "Oh, hey," to Americans. If I had to take a gamble, and then for anyone online, I would answer to the best of my ability. So I would reflect or reciprocate the line largely because there's no context in which I know where you're from. In the United States, where I am, greetings, pleasantries are the social norm most of the time. So when someone says, "How are you today?" typically is, "Hi." It's like, uh, "Great, hi," or something like that, and then you're not expecting a reciprocation, right? Um, On the internet, I ask, "How are you?" back, and then depending if the person responds or not, it's kind of a giveaway. In England, saying "you all right" is used to mean hello and not actually answering for a question. Okay, so the United States and the Great in England and where I live in the United States seem to largely have the same pleasantry normalization. Any form of "how are you," "you all right," any form of question, the first question is typically not reciprocated unless you have business. So then it would have to be like a specific routine. How is that different to Japanese? They don't say anything. Typically, when you address someone in public, it's kind of an awkward interaction unless it's business. That's my understanding from a foreigner perspective. And in Chinese, it's very similar too. Like when you're in public, or at least anecdotally using my parents and Chinatown and stuff, they go to a place, they expect business. So when you greet, it's like a lot of times actually, this is something that I got in trouble for when I forgot where I was. I approached the employee, right? I approached an employee. I was in a new place. So I was in a train station. And much like train stations, I'm like, is this train going? I'm confused. I'm not sure where the train is going. So I approached the person who worked there. Now this is in a different place. I'm in a different state now. And the train operator, when I asked, "Oh, hey, I don't know, is this train going to this place?" And that that employee said, oh, hold up, hello, how are you? And I'm like, right, is this train? It's like, it's like, it's very customary to greet the person before asking them a question, right? That happened a little bit back. That's something to consider when you're going like between states in the United States. There are places where you have greetings and pleasantries as the common thing to do, but also it's part of a series of interactions. Meanwhile, in Chinese, or like my inherited culture, I suppose, when you go to a place and that person you confirm that person works there, right? You ask them questions. No time for pleasantries. It's straight to business. And Japan gives me that impression. Yeah, small talks are for personal guests only. So when you say, "How are you? How have you been?" Like, for example, maybe something I would say gives away a Western Japanese language learner when they say "O genki desu," right? You ask someone like "O genki desu," how are you? But we're strangers, so you wouldn't necessarily ask a stranger "How are you?" You would say "Hi" if you want to say hi first. However, we're on the internet, so them's rules are meant to be flexible on the internet. So is small talk uncommon in China? It's very uncommon in public. It's incredibly uncommon in public. So my parents actually had a larger adjustment period when they're like walking and someone says like, "Oh, hey, hi," and then they're like, they like wave or nod, and they're not quite sure if you're supposed to respond or anything. That's kind of thing. But generally speaking, oh, it's pretty interesting. It's a different world when you're you go to Chinatown in the United States and you walk into this shopping mall, right? This grocery store, and it's packed shoulder to traffic. Everyone's like running their thing into each other and their shoulders are rubbing, and they would say nothing to each other because it would be absolute chaos if everyone stopped and started small talking. At least in my opinion. It might be a pragmatic thing, I don't know. It's hard to know if it's chicken or the egg, where everyone's there to do business. So it feels like when you walk into Chinatown, like you have no personal space. But that personal space is already personal in the sense that I don't know which came first. The behavior of the shopping center where everyone's just rubbing shoulders and no one minds each other, but they don't actually even talk to each other at all. And then they're focused on their business so they can occupy such a small place efficiently and go back and forth. And like, hear me out. When you're in the shop, right? The thing that you hear most clearly are everyone who's currently doing business. There'd be hundreds of people like rubbing shoulders and like bumping, but the thing you hear most is the shop operator yelling to the people who are yelling their order across like a table and stuff. So regardless of how big or impact that is, the people who are around aren't doing any small talk. They're there to get the shop done. Sometimes you bump into people, so that does happen though. Like, I'm not saying everyone don't engage in small talk. When you happen to bump into someone you already know, it's immediate. You jump straight to catching up, right? So that still happens. It happens far more infrequently that in a public place, largely because you don't necessarily bump into the one or two people you meet. It's almost 90% of the time, if you sit there in a shopping center filled with like 300 people trying to pack into like this potentially fire hazard thing, and you're like, yeah, that's the Chinatown experience. And for someone that's outside of Chinatown or like in the United States, they go in there, it can feel really claustrophobic. But I feel like it's so obvious that when another person walks in, they kind of immediately blend in, like, oh yeah, that this is the normal, like lots of clanking, shuffling, bumping, and then immediately you hear in the background someone shouting, and that's usually the owner. Is greeting a stranger actually frowned upon, or is it just uncommon? It's uncommon. You'll not frown upon. It'll take a person by surprise. In at least in my opinion, for Chinese and probably Japanese. It's not frowned upon, but it's probably uncomfortable since it's not practiced. So like, if you're a foreigner visiting Japan, my first thought is I haven't ever visited Japan, right? However, I live with Chinese parents, and usually, if you're thinking about being burdensome, like communal thoughts, the idea is you only bother someone in public when they're and interrupting what they're doing is out of mutual respect for like, oh, this person has things to do. If I have to stop them, it has to be for business, a real reason, right? And that's, I don't know, again, chicken or the egg. This what seems like an anti-social behavior to a foreigner from a country that use pleasantries is really more of an efficiency consideration for each other. So like my parents it would be frowned upon to slow down a business operation because you want to chat and loiter in the business. So you can hear oftentimes my parents would say, you know what, there's a reason why there's a 1 hour wait on this restaurant. Like, people go there to talk and not to eat. That kind of conversation happens quite a bit, and it's not necessarily like trying to be belligerent or entitled. It's a cultural difference. So whenever we go to like an American or an westernized establishment, my parents would make observations like, why those people aren't even eating, they're like chatting for the 2 hours they're allowed to be here, that kind of thing. And my first thought was, obviously I like doing that. I like going to an establishment to chat, that it's a social event. However, the talking is left to the appropriate establishment. And if it slows down the business and prevents the access of the business being efficient, then the Chinese pragmatism comes around. Is it true that in China or Japan, again, I don't know anything about China or Japan, but only by like anecdotes. There's a big culture of keeping to yourself, even if someone may seem in distress. Yes, it's a face culture. When you help someone, you have to, in my opinion, when you help someone, you can step on one's integrity, without explicitly asking if they need help. That's usually something okay. It's like kind of okay. However, face culture, they would have to reach out for the help first. And you're trusting the other person. So this is more of a trust situation. You trust someone who needs help to ask for help, and yet there's pride and integrity when you're being helped when you didn't ask, but also that pride and integrity can make it seem like they don't need help when they do need help. So that's a Western Eastern clash a lot of times. Compassion and kindness does not necessarily reward a acknowledgement or thankfulness when the assistance was not requested. That's actually quite common. I inherited a lot of those traits. So like sometimes I can be incredibly dismissive if I already know what's going on, but then at the same time it goes back and forth. Like actually me and Gecko just had an interaction like this. I'm pretty sure this happens very, very acutely on and off. That's quite practical. That it's just the business making noise. It is. And at the same time, I'm American as well. And I love hearing, it's incredibly heartwarming when I hear like the butcher catching up with their clientele, right? Because business is built with it. I was just thinking, sounds oddly familiar. Yeah, it happens a lot, Gecko. Like I tell people who stay around that if I become incredibly objectively dismissive, largely because I know things, it's that's one of the habit pattern formations that I have. So you kind of get oddly familiar and also oddly deja vu with these things. What song was playing in the background? It was the earlier one was Infinite Perspective. It's by Kevin MacLeod. So everything is by Kevin MacLeod or Leod. I wish I knew how to pronounce that name. But this guy has free music that you can use for purposes as long as you attribute it to him. So it's his collection. This guy. And it's called Infinite Perspective. The one that when you set that, looking at the timestamp. It seems like China and Japan have the best approach to public interaction in your opinion anyways. Yeah, it suits people. Yeah. Is there an obvious difference in Chinatown versus China? I would assume that. I would presume it very strongly that there probably be nuances that you might pick up in China. The reason why I say this is because I myself have not been to China. So the things I'm saying are facsimiles of Chinatown, which is the closest thing. And we have to also remember that Chinatowns in the United States adapt to having foreigners or having different cultures. So it's like, hear me out. A great way to illustrate this is if I meet a Chinese person in the United States, I'm not Chinese to them, I'm American. And it becomes immediately immediately obvious. So like if I had an odd chance, this happened a couple times in my life, an odd chance where I meet a group of people and there are ABCs, American born Chinese, like two in a university setting. This happens quite often. An international student, Chinese international, even before you even speak to them or hear them speak, which you can identify by their accent or their slight accent, largely because I'm American. So You can identify the ABC by their language, but you can also see their mannerisms. So if you just sit down and watch them interact with something, they're immediately identifiable from each other to someone who's either on one side or the other side. So I can identify who the ABC is, the American-born Chinese. Then the other person would have to be something not that, right? It is a little bit confirmation biasy, so it's not like foolproof or anything, but there are very characteristic behaviors that separate them. So my presumption from that is that there's probably a large difference. So for me, I'm talking about being American Chinese, American born Chinese, as opposed to the other way around. You hate customer service interactions to USA. So hear me out. Hear me out. It's both a bane, it's both a detraction and a boon. If you like, I understand when you hate something, you don't want to adjust to it, right? If you know how to leverage, if one consistently knows how to leverage customer service interactions in the United States, they lead to better, like above average service. So what I mean by that is knowing that the interaction does involve interactions, it perpetuates, customer service is perpetuated by less than duty. It's beyond duty. So being friendly breaks the mold and elevates the chance of solving the problem. That does require extra effort. So that's why in Chinese and Japanese, at least in my opinion, by extension, when it's business only, you get a consistent result set by a standard, but it rarely goes above or below that expectation. The nice thing is it's incredibly consistent, right? If you're trained to do something, you're expected to do that. But when you try to exchange pleasantries, then you can either interrupt and or elevate. So oftentimes when it comes to customer service, if you're having a terrible tone or a terrible attitude, your customer service dips below the average expectation. So in hindsight, or what I typically do is, as I approach customer service, I try to elevate my level of pleasantry. And like when I call, the first thing you do when you call customer service is not to be in a bad mood. Like regardless of what the other person at the other end, if they're currently in a bad mood, or customer service sucks, they have to deal with problems every day. People nag at them, people yell at them. The moment you elevate your attitude in that, I'm gonna be real here. I'm not gonna say any names or anything, but ultimately I leave away with something extra. I often hang up the phone after solving the problem with something extra, as opposed to like you get return on your investment. So I would say 7 out of 10 times I am compensated for my time, largely not necessarily for my time literally, but the time I invested in being a reasonable person talking to customer service. So however, if I call, like how I imagine it, if I call to complain about a business, like say that's run by a Chinese person, like a Chinese immigrant, it's straight to the business, regardless of how much you sweet talk them and or like use different language, they're gonna stick to the business protocol. So there's a way to leverage when you understand interactions. So being able to empathize with expectations and then turning them on their head makes it very easy. I have 3 short stories. One of them, I actually started talking to the person how they got their job as a customer service representative, because I clearly called them on Thanksgiving Day and they're clearly having dinner in the background. So I had to talk. Basically, a lot of customer services, they do remote calls. So when you call a company, it gets rerouted to that person's personal cell phone. So one of the times I had a really lovely conversation for like 20 to 30 minutes with this customer representative who was clearly having American Thanksgiving dinner with their family. So we talked a little bit about it, and then the person helped me out, gave me like a coupon, and then like retroactively changed something, and then sent something to the manager, which alleviated, like, it gave me credit back for something I didn't really. I mean, I just wanted the thing to be fixed, like the service to be reinstated, but they gave me like a rebate and whatnot for like all the inconveniences. I think that person was very lovely. They had a bit of an accent. I couldn't quite figure out what the accent was, but it's slightly southern, so that was kind of a nice chat. Obviously, it's at the cost of time, right? It's at the cost of time. And that's how I would differentiate between a westernized interaction, especially an American interaction, versus an Eastern interaction, because I did use up time, right? One thing about time is China, Japan, be punctual. You got to be punctual. Like it's time when you're doing business. It's time. So my parents, if someone says come at 8, they're gonna be there 15 minutes before 8. Right? And then they're gonna wait and then show up at the exact time, or like within 5 minutes. So if they're a little early, they would wait and then show up at the exact time. And Western is a mixed bag, right? Western, you have a range. If you're gonna talk about, and then I'm not talking about other countries. Like, I know that there are not all Asian countries. We're not talking about like in its entirety. There are places where you would say, "Oh, we're gonna meet at 8, right?" And then they customarily mean come 30 minutes after, right? It's at earliest, but weirdly not at 8. It's 30 minutes after 8. So there's, variances. But in terms of punctual business, you got to be punctual. And so whenever my parents call customer service, which they don't, I actually do all the customer service calling, not solely because I speak English, largely because it might be less stressful for my parents if I do the customer service calling. Do you use the behavior that you notice are giving away from telling if someone is Chinese or not as part of code switching? Yes, I do code switch when I'm in different situations. Not necessarily because I'm trying to put people in a box, but I do code swapping to increase my success rate and then try to learn and adjust as we go. So there are like a lot of behavioral normative things that I adapt to immediately to increase my initial entry point. Like, I need to have a specific basis, and I've been practicing these techniques for a while, largely because I don't think I'm intuitively talented or gifted in reading cues. It largely comes from a lot of practice, not necessarily that, oh yeah, I'm like this person who didn't try to practice a lot. I practice speaking a lot. I actually make a lot of them. I still have to make like 3 or 4 more customer service calls because we have to change and upgrade some stuff in the house and whatnot. So little later today, I'll be making a call to like the Dish Network to change our hopper, and I'm probably going to try to see if I can get a free upgrade, waive the convenience fees and whatnot. Like, try to present my case like, oh, we weren't aware of this and whatnot, and that can lead to something beneficial, more so. This may be an unrealistic amount of pessimism, but in my mind, on average, both me and the server are putting up a front to act so friendly with each other and is not authentic. That's fair. That's fair, Protocol. Authenticity is a telltale sign of conflict of interest, right? I do not have a conflict of interest when it comes to trying to make someone's day better. But hear me out. Some people, their days aren't as flexible and privileged as mine. So I know that's a weird flex, but we have to consider our mental states and how far we want to go. Pragmatism is a great normalizer because you don't have to feel this thing out. It creates consistency. And in my opinion, China and Japan's work ethics and stuff creates consistency. It is unfilling though. So if you're having a bad day, no one's there to accommodate knowing that you have a bad day. On this front though, usually customer service encounter more negative interactions than positive ones. So the chances of a customer service representative changing your day is slimmer. However, there are times where when a customer service person, you happen to meet that magical customer service who goes out of their way to make your day better, then that is also the consequence and possibility of a culture that involves communication in that nature. When your service does not dramatically improve or like go above or below, that's kind of why the tipping system exists, in my opinion. Also something that comes up a lot, tipping, and it's hard to know what came first. The incentive to be extra nice because you get paid more, like these are all interlocked. So it's very difficult to know which behavior came first, the pragmatic side to adapt to the interaction or the other way around. I know it's pretty stereotypically European, but I have trouble with tipping culture. I knew you were gonna say that, Gecko. I didn't even, I just read that. Okay, so Gecko brought up the tipping thing. I was about to say the tipping culture. My main issue is that I have a hard time feeling like any interaction is genuine because the workers are after the tip. Exactly. So that's where I was gonna go. I was just about to mention the tipping thing. In Europe, it's all about, Germanic versus Latin culture. Germanic culture equals, punctuality is king. Yes, the Germanic culture is one of the special, like bigger macro characterized cultures that line up with Chinese and Japan. You see, I know, Gecko, you do you see the non-coincidence? We're talking about Germany, China, and Japan. They're again, the world, humans behave in a really interesting way. And Procon and I were having a conversation, I think, about statistics at one point. No, it was Sing from 2 days ago. But their cultures are very compatible in a very fundamental way. So it's not a coincidence that Germany, China, and Japan have a lot of alignments in human history. And then Latin culture, it happens when it happens. It's very c'est la vie, right? C'est la vie, or la vida dolce, right? Like you got a lot of the moment to moment stuff, right? Broadly, north versus west, that kind of thing. Tipping culture is very tough. If you want to know what my tipping culture is, it's a combine of East meets West. So here's my East meets West tipping culture. When I walk into a place, I expect to put down a basic minimum that would be charitable to the person. So if I frequent a place, I'm already accepting the responsibility, Chinese, I expect the responsibility of adding that cost, that expected cost. So I don't think of it as I'm tipping the person, I'm paying for their service. However, my American side would suggest it has to be a tip that communicates appreciation. So when I accept that tip, it was already determined before I entered the establishment. So it's a combination of accepting how the tip is going to be perceived. So it's authentic because I've already accepted the responsibility of tipping. And my tip is 25%. Now, there is wiggle room for even more when the customer, the service elevates that. However, I've already accepted the responsibility that as part of my patronage, it is part of the entry fee. So when I enter an establishment that encounters tipping culture, I assume the responsibility that I'm willing to pay a baseline thing. So to me, that is my way to be authentic in my payment and obligation, because I agree I'm obligated in this way. However, I leave room to compromise on elevating it. It cannot dip below. So there's no authenticity involved. What I mean by authenticity is there's no misinterpretation of my intent. When I walk in, you have a 25% tip. Now it could be a 30 or 40, or even, from 30 to 40, to be sensitive to the tipping culture. So both a combination of c'est la vie, halfway, and the concern about being genuine. My genuine thing is I chose your establishment. So here's my accepted responsibility from my Eastern culture side, sort of. And then because that's the general practice, I accept it. That's as genuine as you can get. It's pragmatic, it's objective. You adhere to it. I personally have chosen to adhere to it, regardless if the person knows. Like, the person doesn't know. The idea is I'm trying to talk about my troubles, my emotional stability. So when I walk in, I don't have to concern myself with whether the worker is genuine or not. They're going to get 25% regardless. And if I'm in a no tipping culture, that is compatible with a no tipping culture as well. I walk in, the establishment says no tipping is no tipping. I've already accepted the responsibility. So I still, though, as an Americanized person, I will still attempt to be friendly and be genuine to myself. So if I'm not obligated to be nice to the service worker, then I'm still going to be nice. So it circumvents most expectations. Like, this person could have the worst day in the world in an American establishment, and suddenly I give them a 25% tip. I hope their day becomes better. That is interpreted as a genuine tipping response. So in both ways, I'm trying to compensate or compromise on the interaction of the culture. And when my American friends and or my parents talk to me, they're the ones that would have the dissonance. But those are my friends and my family, so they are more likely to understand. My friends, like, why would you tip 25% for someone who treats you like garbage? It's like, well, I hope that this makes their day better so that they may stop or less frequently treat other people like garbage. And know that if someone can smile and be contributive to their state, if they smile and be contributive, thus being more genuine, they may have tips more frequently that align with their perception, but they could be having a bad day. So that is the benefits, the pros and cons of the tipping system when it comes to the United States. You can have people that go beyond and below. Unfortunately, in this day and age, more people are below due to cynicism, right? So there you go. And then in the Chinese thing, if that person, and here's a Chinese thing, right? If you walk in, no tipping, right? Not necessarily Chinese. Let's use like a Japanese, no tipping, right? You walk in and this person's like, no tipping. And I'm like, it's like, okay, I accept that. But if I can find a clever way of giving something that is culturally acceptable, but not necessarily in the form of a tip, I would still do it to leave an impression. So when I go to like a Chinese establishment, sometimes I would bring something else. What I want to show that person is that I'm a foreigner, and I hope that's okay. Not that I want to be Japanese, for example. Like, so if money is unaccepted, I accept the code, right? I'll do something that they haven't considered, right? May I you know, may I draw you a picture, or ask you, find a specific time and ask you like, thank you, like this is the best thing I've ever had in my life. Now, you might be thinking, wait, but those are just compliments. It's like you have to know that when you're really strictly business, people don't exchange compliments either. So there's one thing that really shines when it comes to the interaction between Western culture that's filled with pleasantries and Eastern culture that is business oriented. You basically stamp yourself as a foreigner, or especially as an American, when you make a big deal out of it, when that's their job, right? My parents got accustomed to that, where there are those customers who like can't but help strike up interaction with them, and then they learn to appreciate it. So those customers keep coming back no matter what, not even to eat. Like, they would buy the food, but here's one that happens quite often. They would buy extra food even though they don't plan on eating it. Like, the customers, my parents got used to that, and it got into the point where a customer would show up to buy extra food for other people that they know, but they were just there to buy the food so that they can interact with my parents. So these are like the different sides of the pros and cons. My parents ultimately learned how to leverage and understand the pragmatism of adapting to an Americanized culture. One that if you were to give the customer an experience, even though it's a takeout place, basically people come in, take out. Takeout is very popular because you don't have to talk to the customer. If it's fast, it's quick, it's an exchange, it's impersonal. Kind of like the internet. It's fast, efficient, impersonal. And what are we doing here? We're having these conversations because it's slow, arduous, and invested. So I'm leveraging something that I am all too familiar with. Making things fast, simple, convenient, and consistent. But your experience with me, when you're talking with me, it's going to be inconsistent because there are ups and downs based on what we talk about, largely because it's a more intimate and involved process. So what does that mean? Losing a customer, losing a relationship can be devastating. That's the trade-off, right? That's the negativity of this. You can get into huge arguments, and losing it creates a significant loss of value. So then you want to preserve it, work through the problems, and compromise. But it's an investment in something limited. Those are like the constant interplay in terms of business and communication. So it's really up to you. Obviously, you put your landmarks wherever you want. Yeah, Chern never tipped before in his life because your country, right? Chern is not a tipping country, and any of the diverse places also don't tip, right? In the United States, there are going to be places. I've rarely found a place that doesn't accept tips, but there are places that, like, sometimes in Koreatown things, it's welcomed, but it's not mandatory. There are places that welcome tips, but they don't also shun people who tip. Like, it's kind of a little bit of both, and you kind of have to fill it out. So that's probably why living in a place like the United States, in my opinion, creates a lot of conflict of interest. So that conflict of interest constantly leads to building cynicism more than consistency, at least in my experience, my observation. Let me see. Let's see. As much as so you view the interaction more as logical pros and cons evaluation? Kind of. When it comes to code swapping, if you're talking about that still from that comment. As much as I dislike prolonged conversations with a business employee, I never speak up about it because it feels bad if I bluntly ended the conversation. Yep, public decorum. Yep, very public. Being on time is one of the best skills to have. I think the biggest pro of it is that it's a surefire way to build trust. That's a little bit culturally myopic. Actually, I could still agree with that statement. Being on time is one of the best skills to have. I think the biggest pro of it is that it's a surefire way to build trust. Being on time appropriately is the best skill to have. I think the word appropriately is missing. So if you're saying being on time, I think you're taking an objective standpoint. So if someone tells you to be on time at 8 and they really mean 8:30, is that being on time? I would be on time at 8:30 knowing that that person is expecting 8:30, not 8 o'clock. So I'm guessing that's what you mean. Being on time is the best skill, as in being on time with enough understanding of the cultural background. Because if you're being on time, as in literally on time every time, then you're going to enter conflict of interest territory, where when you think you're being on time is being respectful, and it can create an air of arrogance and cultural insensitivity. So, if you go to like Italy, for example, and saying that being on time is the best skill, so if you say 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock, I'm not entirely sure if that's the surefire way to build trust. It means you are culturally insensitive to building that trust. You choose your own opinion of being the best at being on time. Like, for example, if you go to Japan and someone said being on time is like 30 minutes after, and they say being on time is the best skill ever, so they're going to come at 8:30, but Japanese people are punctual. So then that would be like an ethnocentric way of thinking about it. So I'm not saying you're suggesting that, but being on time, the best skill is being flexible to understand as much as possible what on time means to other people. I've showed up back in my early days, I've always been shown up as punctual, but it created very awkward situations. Those awkward situations could be played to your advantage if you want. However, someone who says the best skill is about being on time would find the awkward situations burdensome, or likely to find it burdensome, as opposed to being an asset. Sometimes I come on a different time and brought something with me. Sometimes I'm late because in that time I decided it would be wonderful to spend that 30 minutes to buy a gift that I wasn't planning on, and I arrived late. But I presented the gift, and I told that person I didn't want to pass the opportunity. I saw this and I thought of you. So if I may you forgive me for being tardy, but this is what I did with being tardy. Is that the best time to be on time? So there are times and places to be appropriate, and there are ways to adapt to it, at least in my opinion. Saying like a one-track mind, in my opinion, generalizations is often frowned upon. And oh, that's kind of funny. That's your next statement, actually. Generalization is usually frowned upon, especially if it involves a negative generalization, which is good. You made a generalization about being on time. So it's usually frowned upon regardless if it's positive or negative, even though it's good, right? So being on time is the best skill to have. That's a generalization, right? What was the word that you taught me the meaning of? It means a fuzzy or general, nebulous. Yes, most human behavior stuff is nebulous, and being able to adapt to nebulous environments is taxing. So you weigh the value of your interaction, and you determine what your investment is. My investment is like 300%. So take it with a grain of salt. All the stuff that I'm saying is when I'm at my best. If I am at my worst or my middle and stuff, mileage may vary. I can have a crappy day too, right? I can be really tired. Near the end of the stream, I'm less interactive. And I like to hope that the people around me understand that. That kind of thing happens. And you know what doesn't happen when it comes to the more Chinese and Japanese work ethic? You don't get comments like, oh, hey, you've been working 10 hours, right? Oh, that's okay. Like, you must be tired or something. You don't get those pleasantries as often. You're like, get your job done and you can go home. It's like, why are you working extra late? You must have been slacking off and not getting your job done in a proper amount of time. So there's no slack, nor is there praise, oftentimes. So the pros and cons, right? There are trade-offs, and I work in those environments. So when my parents ask me to get a job done, it gets done right away. And that's it. That's the full transaction. There's nothing else. It is my job to get this done, and I'll complete it. Now, they're a little softer now, quote unquote, a little softer because of the Americanization. But yes, these are generalizations. However, the consistency still holds. You have the full package, right? It's nice to think about the things that work and avoid the things that don't work in the opposite direction. And then look at another culture and look at the things that don't work and insult the things that don't work or dislike the things that don't work without perspective on why they do work, right? So oftentimes when I think of people comparing and contrasting cultures, they talk about the good things about the culture they like and the bad things of the cultures that they don't like, as opposed to juxtaposing the things that they do like and what was the trade-off or compromise of the things that they do like, of the culture that they do like. And then when they look at something negative about another culture to compare it, what is the consequence and benefits of that culture in order to compare? Usually it's like, Japan do be this. Meanwhile, United States do this. And it would be the United States in a bad situation and Japan in a good situation. And the short would end. So then you doom scroll this a bunch of times, and then now you have confirmation bias, confirmation bias, confirmation bias, confirmation bias, right? Not null hypothesis testing, null hypothesis testing, then confirm, null hypothesis testing, then confirm, right? So all the things that I'm talking about now are incredibly rehearsed because I've answered these. I've thought about these a lot. I sit down because my life is filled with this contradiction or this conflict of interest. Not necessarily contradiction, but conflict of interest. I think growing up as a product of East meets West, I have plenty of defense and or support for either situation, and I've come up with most of those theoretical situations as well as having firsthand experience. So I might be a little hypersensitive to those things, but I have a lot to say about it, largely because every waking day involves the interaction of East and West values, and they are inherently in contradiction to each other a lot of times, but I see them as a momentary conflict of interest. Momentary conflict of interest in which I can leverage appropriately based on the people I'm interacting with. So as opposed to investing in a bane or viewing it as a problem where I can reject one and accept another one, I've doubled down and invested in the efforts of understanding both to a degree in which it helps me consistently interact with people of different cultures. Hence the whole language learning thing as well. But that's a life of being a person who's multicultural, who didn't decide to reject one due to convenience. And that comes with a big asterisk because I have the luxury and the privilege to do that. Not everyone has that. In fact, I would argue tons of people do not have the luxury of sitting down and saying, let's just learn about both cultures and you know, spend time intellectually challenging yourself. Not everyone has that. They have jobs, they have family, right? They have dogma, they have social normative, they live in a monocultural country. These are voluntary explorations. I can be perfectly happy, much like the people I talk about, embracing a specific culture and then compensating for another culture. So when you are outside as a foreigner, you can compensate because they're foreigners, right? A foreigner culture interacting with a native culture, they have their own social behaviors that are lessened in order to accommodate foreigner interaction. And for me, I guess the most ironic thing that I feel some people might not understand is that even when I'm trying not to be a foreigner, I'm probably less foreigner than the people who keeps putting stereotyping and projecting their own perception of what is considered a native in order to be native. I think it's very difficult to compensate for the idea that you live a lifetime of thinking about these things versus someone who tells me, oh, like, don't you want to be treated like a native like person? It's like, no, I want to be treated like a foreigner. But the irony here, or the unexpected consequence, is my background. When I say I wanted to be treated like a foreigner, it might actually be even more considerate about the other culture, because I interact based on what I observe from experience, not based on presumptions and knowledge and projection of one's own biases. Like, for example, when someone says, hey, it's really easy to speak native Japanese, go to Japan and live there and interrupt and constantly strike up conversations through pleasantries through to Japanese people, and then you'll become a native in no time. And I'm like, so you're reinforcing a behavior that is strictly against the normative of a Japanese person in order to acquire a language that makes you sound more native. So at the expense of being more native sounding Japanese, means to an end, by the way, a very foreigner perspective, you adopted a behavior that you will learn very quickly that is not representative of the native speaker's behavior using that native language. Right? Pros and cons. Pros and cons. So I know I am not shocked that whenever someone says, oh yeah, you know, I learned a lot of Japanese, but I went to Japan and most of my interactions uses basic Japanese structure, and I didn't get to say much, but I was really good at saying I was really meh at saying those basic things because it felt uncomfortable. I wanted to use my Japanese to say complex sentences and engage in conversations with someone in the public at all times. And lo and behold, the cultural ignorance bleeds through due to the hyper focus of not understanding the native people who use the language. This comes up very, very often. And whenever someone says, have you spoke to a native Japanese person yet? I'm like, the odds of me being able to do that would involve speaking to a Japanese person who's interested in American culture. Otherwise, the closest thing I can do is, yes, move to Japan, spend 3 or 4 years cultivating, this is a little bit of exaggeration, maybe spend several months cultivating a coworker relationship. Maybe we work in the same place. Then you might get to that level, right? But when someone asks that, it's coming from a Western perspective, in my opinion. You can strike up conversations far more frequently in a Western thing. So if someone goes in a mindset of, yay, I'm going to learn Japanese now, and then the next step is to immediately strike up a long-term friendship with a native Japanese speaker, that is an interesting situation, right? I often talked about this quite a lot, that when someone asks me, what are my expectations of my next step in Japanese, it's probably not to talk to a native Japanese speaker. Maybe if I get really lucky, a native Japanese speaker who is also familiar or in a relationship or have some personal connection with the American culture, because that's a great bridge to understanding the cultural distance between talking in an Eastern culture versus a Western culture. Now, the alternatives are like, here's the flip side. When I start learning Spanish, I'm gonna be striking. I fully expect that Spanish, we're just gonna be talking Spanish. Like, people are gonna be throwing Spanish words around because the Spanish culture, especially an Americanized one, is open to pleasantries. And hear me out. People speak to me in Spanish or even type to me in Spanish far more frequently, even though I'm not learning Spanish yet, right? The moment I mention Spanish, it's part of the culture. The culture is very adequate to that. So when someone asks, hey, have you spoken to another native Spanish speaker yet? It's like, probably really early on. So I'm going to leverage that. It's going to be a little different take on that. I haven't started Spanish yet, so I can't really illustrate this in like actual stream thing. But I think a lot of this involves my personal take on things. And I like to highlight these things largely because when someone tells me they love learning about the culture because they like the language, this is what I mean. When I agree with you, I mean this. As in, I learned the language and I also try to learn about the culture through the language. And the language itself speaks a lot of this characteristic, at least in my opinion. Maybe it's going a little too deep, but I like language learning. So you can't go deep enough most of the time into the things you love to talk about, especially interpersonal communication and being multiculturalism. It's tagged there because I'm into multiculturalism. Is it bias? Absolutely. You can call out on my bias. I can't unbe what I am. Right? I know unbe is not a word, but that's to illustrate English's flexibility in being cringy, nebulous, and not exact, which oftentimes contrasts with Japanese. And then the attitude and like stereotyping that happens when foreigners learn Japanese, right? And those are very valid stereotypes about how exact and nuanced and very intricate the Japanese language is. English is messy, nebulous, confusing, largely due to the nature of its users and possibly even its culture. What if you're talking about American English and you say like, oh, one of the downsides of American English is it's really sloppy, it's sloppily taught, it's rarely appropriately have rules that are not constantly broken by colloquial. Look at the culture, right? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Because sometimes when I see people talk about the aspects of certain things, stepping back and understanding what can become of it, both positive and negative, creates a little wholesomeness. Again, bias, because I must live within those two cultures, and I choose to be able to talk about both the inappropriate and appropriate for people who have a very particular preference. Putting a monetary burden on the customers of a business seems insane to your European mind. That's perfectly understandable. The monetary burden for me is the cost I'm willing to pay for not doing it myself. So it takes a little bit of, I take a little bit further step back. If I walk into an establishment, I assume the monetary burden. What would this be closest to? When I walk into a bar, I pay $5 to watch a band play. It didn't happen yet. So when you put a monetary burden on that, would you likely enjoy it or not enjoy it, or make the most of it or not? Does it help you knowing that regardless of what may happen or what happens like during the concert or after the concert, you've made a pledge to support the band that you walk into? For me, that can be something that is, I have to see what I'm paying for versus trusting. So in China and in Japanese, I integrated that. I walk into a pizza place, I've pledged to support this business. That's kind of how what I feel when it comes to like going into a Chinese place or a Japanese place. I know to expect consistency and service. So you might be able to remove that altogether and pay after you receive the service. And yet I also think about it as, if I'm going in, I would like to buy something. Like, for example, window shopping. It's a very Western thing, like window shopping and whatnot. And it does bleed into my perceptions of Chinatown and whatnot. But when you go, you're going to buy something. That's the business sharp pragmatism. Why go to a store if you're not going to buy anything? In the United States, at least, it is a social, it's also a social event. You go out, you walk the malls, it's nice, it's lovely. You go into people's shops and then you don't buy anything. You window shop. It's part of the social experience, right? You can be convinced to buy something, right? And you can choose to refuse without feeling bad about yourself, because that's expected. It's a business transaction. When I walk in, it's a mix of those things. Am I in a place where I'm willing to pledge, or am I in a place where, let's see what happens. Let's see if the business person can convince me something. And it's actually a fun experience for me. Like, I like walking into a Western establishment knowing that if I walk around long enough, I will be quote unquote pestered for my thing. But hey, if they sell me, if they sell me well, I'll buy it for the salesmanship. That sounds like an awfully Western thing, and also kind of an Eastern thing, actually, when it comes to haggling. But that's going to be going into another direction. It's going a little too far, so we'll refocus. There are similarities to Russians as well, like the fact that you shouldn't smile at strangers in public. Yeah. You typically nod. There are decorums for how to greet people, like how to acknowledge people's existence without the literal exchange of pleasantries and whatnot. I used to nod when I was 16 or younger. In the hallway, I would nod, and my friends would say, "Hey," like "Hi," and I would nod. I would like slightly tilt my head and be on my way. That was when I was still learning. Like, I was still learning what the social norms were in the United States, especially in a place. Now, hear me out. Before high school, people did not say hi to each other because they punch each other and bite each other. And they don't say hi to me because I'm Asian, and people don't like Asians when I first grew up. So there were a lot of different situations that I have been in. Before middle school, people don't talk to me, and they usually throw things at me. And those people, they don't say hi to each other. They punch each other. They hit each other. And sometimes fights break out. Maybe once every day. That's what my original middle school, before middle school experience. And then I moved to a place where it's affluent, right? People had privileges and whatnot, and they started saying hi. So that stereotype is due to people who have a lot of privileges. So they say hi, how are you, and go on their way. It's really sunny outside today, right? And then you move on, right? Like, oh, we're having nice weather today, that kind of thing, and it moves on. And I had to learn that too. So initially, I kept to myself because that's business, right? And then I learned how to say hi, but I used to nod, just nod, because I didn't want to be noticed. In fact, being noticed made you a target of racism and discrimination when I was younger. So I learned, various things and had to change various things as I was growing up. But usually, those messages that you're talking about, like the context we're talking about now, about high pleasantries, those came later in my life. They didn't actually came earlier. So largely because I had a myriad of experiences, I rarely ever think of it as black and white. But that's personal experience. So I do not expect other people who have different experiences to have this kind of need to negotiate this stuff. It sounds exhausting, largely because you haven't been practicing doing that, and that's understandable. Things you under practice, minimize, and become efficient, anything else would feel like it's less efficient, bothersome, and extra. And also maybe unhelpful. Like, who needs the skill to need to negotiate with different types of people if all the people around you are very similar and consistent enough to behave appropriately? Japan. That's a very great one. So whenever you say something awkward and or cringy and or foreigner, it would be burdensome to the people. And instead, how foreigners educate themselves is they want to prevent that cringiness from happening, that practice or lack of practice of interacting with foreigner culture. So inherently, it moderates itself. What are the expected decorums of a foreigner? It becomes stricter and stricter, largely to reflect the culture that they're going into. For me, it's going to be a mixed bag. I want to behave as appropriately as I can, much like everyone else. But at the end of the day, I probably, at the expense of my selfishness, would sprinkle in just a little bit of foreigner perspective as a way to share and culturally exchange. Largely because I don't fully embrace one over the other, but more like see if I can do something slightly beyond the two. And that's what's transformative about having perspective on multiple things. Your viewpoint becomes more nuanced, right? Oh yes, here's another foreigner who has learned some Japanese and they look Chinese, but they behave like an American, but they know most of the decorums of Japan while visiting them. That's nice. And then suddenly they sprinkled in a little bit of being American, Chinese American. And that's probably the experience you'll probably get from me. I don't usually, someone who desires to be completely assimilated or conform to things, that is a bias I do not have at the moment. So it could change in the future. However, I like to appropriately be dynamic for these things. So yeah, what would I do in terms of tipping if I go to Japan? If I stayed there for like a month and I ended up patroning the same place for 3 weeks, I will probably progressively try to test a little bit if I can speak to the owner, right? Or to the person that's operating, and maybe ask them, is it okay if I give you a gift? Because I'm only here for a month, but I really wanted to show my appreciation in a different way. I know it's not customary in your culture to accept such things, but let's say I feel like this is how a foreigner like myself express appreciation for someone who has offered me service for 3 weeks. And if that's okay, right? That's communication in a nutshell, I would say. A little bit overgeneralized, but that's what my thoughts would be. Or the host, for example. If I went to Japan with a host, I would try my best to understand when appropriate, but when there's laxity in it, I could exchange some of my culture and leave an impression on the host. Like, hey, you tell me something about your culture, I want to tell you something about my whatever this culture is. That's a blend of a bunch of things, right? Putting a monetary, they're similar. Okay, even though I would be paying the same amount, I would prefer for the amount of money a tip would usually be added to the price. That's fine. The net result to me because of that is your mental state. Your mindset is what dictates that it's different. When you say I would be paying the same amount, I would prefer the amount of money a tip would usually be. So if you're still paying the same amount, it's a cyclic argument. So if you're paying the same amount, it's irrelevant whether it's be added to the price or not, but it's irrationally useful and helpful for your type of mindset. I totally understand, right? Do you think the no tipping thing is in some Asian countries is linked with the fact that it's common in those countries to not open gifts in front of the gift giver? Ooh, that's a good one. And I thought about that a couple of times. Yeah. And not Asian countries are coin flip when it comes to opening the gift in front of each other. In Japan, gifts are opened first. Or see, now I don't even know. It's a coin flip. The two countries that I've been talking about, China and Japan, gifts are either open first or last, and I don't remember which one it is. Like some gifts are opened immediately, and some gifts are opened until after the visit. So that's really difficult for me to sort out right now. The default I would do is I would bring a gift, largely because that's a far more consistent practice. And then when to open it, I ask. I think Japan is at the end. And then there's some Western countries where they or there's some. See, I don't know anymore. I would have to double check. There are countries where you open there and then there's countries that you open way after, like the following the and then not in front and in front. So I have no idea. It would be difficult for me to remember off the top of my head. It seems like places like China and Japan have a less emotional and more logical behavior interaction with people outside their personal circle. Absolutely. That would be a very acceptable generalization. Okay, let me look at the other side. The few times, okay, your European mind keeps it simple. I always tip 20%, used to be 15%, at least at sit-down restaurants. It would take some truly extraordinary or disastrous service for me to tip anything else. That's my compromise too. I think we're on the same page, Gecko. We're on the same page. The few times you've been to the US recently, you also notice an increased pressure to tip or tip more from businesses, including takeout places and fast food, which I find somewhat irritating. That's interesting. Unfortunately, I don't frequent establishments anymore, so I don't know. I don't really know. Prices are high already. If I tip, I'm broke. No, well, you see the churn, that's after the fact. Prices are high if prices are high, whether you tip or not is adjusted to the tip. So like this is the after moment, right? The tip you expect to give is taken from the cost of paying those people in the place. So the place you went to is expensive, period. So if food goes up, if prices are already high, a place that doesn't tip would account for the rise in cost. Tipping is a subtraction of the cost of maintaining the prices. So that would be more of an, in my opinion, most reasonably an order matters situation. I used to always be punctual. Now that I have a kid, I'm only mostly punctual. Funny thing, over here, this is usually considered a pretty socially accepted excuse for being late to an extent, of course. Yeah, parents. Yeah, parenting. I actually quite love that. In the United States, as far as I know, when people have kids, it immediately liberates an expectation that oh yeah, that's understandable. Like you had a little one, you can't anticipate these things. However, sometimes The opposite in like terms of Chinese is like, well, your kid. You need to discipline your kid. Like you should be disciplined enough to anticipate that your kids should be disciplined as well. So that's your family problem. You got to sort it out. Right? That would be the unemotional, logical benefit of being punctual, even if you have kids. If you have kids, you were properly prepared for those kids, right? That would be the cold hard, logical, unfeeling way of approaching it. Obviously, these are extreme cases. I'm hypothetically speaking. The urge or the tendency is that there's still excuses, right? However, there's a difference in Western society a lot of times where there are acceptable excuses. Like, and I use that, I leverage that, right? What's a practice that does happen when you're late? When you're late, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be like 10 minutes late. All right. Let's see if I can make it better. Let's go grab some roses or something along the way, right? At least there's an attempt to a practice of adapting to that situation. Alternatively, if you're 5 minutes late, you're 5 minutes late, you apologize. That's all that is. You apologize, you become less reliable. There's no ounce of you're late, right? So the romance in romantic, right? The romance in romantic is kind of very poetic here when you talk about romance cultures. Obviously, I don't want to say it depends, but I'm going to say this at once. It depends on the person you're talking to and whatnot. But for me, I think it's a fun thing. I think having all these things make it so that it's worth living. I like humans because that's what they are. They're humans. When you're thinking about and you're trying to hyper objectify everything, you're treating people like robots. And AI kind of sucks the life out of everything. I mean, hear me out. If you bump into a person who matches you perfectly, that's awesome. Keep them. They're keepers, right? I hope everyone finds their exact match. I'm more likely a person who would probably bump into another person who's like, we're meh for each other, but we can make it work. So, and then, over time, we might say like, yo, dude, we had no idea we were going to be friends. But hey, we're more alike than we thought, right? That phrase that you hear, we're more alike than we originally thought. That is a difference in mindset. I think those who have a very sharp preference tend to believe that they are a match made in heaven, and the odds are much lower, actually. But when it does happen, they're super, like, they're ready. They're like soulmates. Not from my perspective. Like, I like that people are work, right? You work with people. You don't wish people. You don't hope that people are ideal. You hope or you work with them and see if it works. At least in my opinion. Provided that they're of like mind and whatnot. This may seem cringe, but do you or did you ever, when you were young, play certain music to listen to as a sort of soundtrack while imagining yourself in a certain situation? Intriguing. I didn't have that luxury, unfortunately. If I had that privilege, I would say yes, but I did not have that privilege. Video games provided that source for me. Video games were determined already, the music, the characters, and whatnot. The type of music I listened to was discouraged when I was a kid. So I actually had a very negative relationship with music. And actually, music is an optional thing, unless it's constructive or pragmatic when I was a kid. So if I was listening to music, it would be something useful for violin, for my violin practice, because I was young and I had the guidance of my parents. So exploratory music and using imagination and extracurriculars was kept to a minimum, largely due to the pragmatic nature of my parents' teachings. My parents' values are a time used is a time better used for pragmatic uses. So exploring music, creative writing, things like that are second to pragmatism. Kind of makes you, it sounds like it's a bad thing, but I wouldn't be the person I am today without it. And then later I discovered creative music and imagination and things like that. So the whole reason I'm talking about all these cultural things and this dialogue that I'm procuring over time is largely due to the laxity, the more laxed my parents progressively became, and also me coming of age and being able to explore different concepts and whatnot. So growing up, I don't know what it's like to grow up like under a Chinese household in China, but I would imagine it's actually probably even more restrictive. The first 18 years of life under the guidance of your parents are pragmatic. So if you ever talk about luxuries and liberties like exploring imagination or playing a sport that you like or like to watch or watching anime and stuff, that is unnecessarily impractical. It does not functionally aid you in any way your parents can see that it's helpful, then it's not, it's restricted to exploration. Also one of the sides of living under a pragmatic culture. You're going to bed? Did I miss anything? You used to, oh yeah. All right, take care. Take care. That's funny. Usually the more someone tries to sell me something, the less likely you'll buy it. That's fair. Like, I just want them to answer my question and that's it. I definitely feel in the minority though. That's fair. Yeah. If I'm ready for a sell, yeah, really quickly, before you go, the whole selling analogy that I used is if I'm ready for a sell. So it seems like you're never ready for a sell, or you're likely not to be ready to engage in a sale. So that's perfectly all right. The game that I play with someone is my willingness. Like, I'm willing to buy something, sell me on something, not the other way around, where like someone is convincing you to buy something that you're not willing to buy. That's like kind of entering. Yeah, like it's a game. Like, I came out to buy a trinket, for example, and I'm gonna walk into a trinket store, right? It's a pledge, obviously. So it's more pragmatic than that. It sounds a lot more cold cut if it's a decision you already made. So you don't have control over something that you don't want to buy. So yeah, that could be a little irritating and less likely you'll buy it. Anyways, oyasumi nasai, Gecko-san. Yeah, I will see you again for another fun discussion the next day, probably, or on the weekend, right? Stay safe, rest well. I'll catch you on the next one. You always think that tipping is just necessary and just unnecessary and wasting your money? That's fair. By the way, are there taxes in the US? There are. There are different types of taxes in the US. Yeah. You're gonna do Anki? Take care. Like service charges? No, not service charges, but there are other taxes. Oh yeah. They're called service charges. Yeah. So we'll talk about those maybe in the future. Service taxes. Nebulous. You feel like this makes okay, wait. I feel like as animals that are hardwired for pattern recognition, someone constantly being on time creates a natural sense of predictability, which is often a good thing for your relationship with someone. Yeah. As long as they're consistently within the realm of the person's perception of consistency. So when you're consistently on time, in what nature is on time? Someone could say being on time is the time they say it is. And then someone could say on time is 30 minutes after the time. So it still feels the pattern recognition and wired for pattern recognition. Also, as creatures that have a natural sense of predictability, the human condition dictates that things are consistent and naturally predictable become less and less engaging and less and less interesting. So they become more and more predictable. They could become more and more reliable, but that comes at the exchange of being less and less interesting. That's also a perspective of the animals that are hardwired for pattern recognition. So while there's a capacity to be cringe and awkward, there's also a capacity to be surprised and endeared. And if you're customarily constantly believing in one aspect of being human is hardwired pattern recognition, then you neglect all the other default aspects that come with that human behavior. One frequent human consequence of having a natural sense of predictability and are often consistently on time is it's neither good nor bad for a relationship if it's inherently focused on the bigger picture. I mean, it's inherently focusing on one aspect. If you're consistently on time and predictable, it's a good thing based on the things you focused on, like being reliable, consistent, that thing. But it also can be dull, repetitive, and uneventful. And when you're talking about a relationship with someone, you're treating them as a compartmentalized set of criteria, not a human being. So viewing a human being's a relationship with someone so simply is hopefully useful if that other person happens to coincidentally also view human relations that simply. So in the future, if you meet someone with if you're very lucky and you don't need to pander to the human or adjust to the another human, you're basically trying to meet yourself, right? If you have such a narrow perspective on dynamics of a relationship, the goal is to meet yourself. Consistency, predictability, pattern recognition is all within the person's ability to understand what pattern is useful, what predictability is useful, what is good for the relationship. So it would be a great way to obtain self-awareness that the odds of meeting yourself again is fairly low. However, they do exist. So if that is the way you approach it, I would suggest like pragmatic things in which you enrich for those characteristics. So I'm more of a person who walks into a public place and see what happens. If you're more inclined to self-select yourself to be based on your profile, your consistencies and stuff, maybe algorithm-based online dating is a thing, right? Like that's still consistent. You can enter those criteria because that provides consistency. It's predictability. So you're assuming that as creatures that are hardwired, you can predict what's a good relationship with you. I do not predicate myself on that. Therefore, I interact and I'm more likely to interact with different types of people. So yeah, hardwired for patterns, that is definitely a human condition. It's also a human condition to find hardwired patterns and natural predictability more and more boring over time as well. That's also something to consider. This is a big generalization, but I feel like Eastern culture often have a more cutthroat view on work, which is kind of like it'll make you or break you. Yeah, sink or swim. Sink or swim. It'll make you or break you. Sink or swim. Absolutely. That's a modest and conservative generalization of Eastern culture. Any face culture especially. I think currently, with the extent of communication that's available as a species, we are at the largest likelihood of verging towards a unity of all cultures through compensation is happening to the largest event. You're talking about singularity, right? Or I use the word singularity, like behavioral singularity. There's contractions and expansions of these type of things. Humanity is fickle because you keep focusing on pattern recognition and consistency. Whenever there's too much adherence and consistency, boredom and experimentation and intellectual curiosity then breaks that mold. So we are, I would agree, tenuously in a period of verging towards consistency. The moment that happens, boredom, dissonance, and discontent causes an expansion. So it goes back and forth. It feels like humanity has this if in my opinion historically you see the oscillation in humanity's interest, right? There's a unification, and then when it reaches a critical point, there's expansion again. Contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion. That creates refinement, then iteration, right? Novelty seeking, refinement, iteration, consistency, novelty seeking, refinement, iteration, consistency, and it goes through the cycle. So it may feel for someone, in my opinion, that lived a lifetime over this cycle but haven't lived long enough to see and witness and experience the other cycle. I think we're at the precipice of expanding again, where all the deleterious things that come with consistency, efficiency, hyperobjectivity is at a breaking point. It's revealing things that create boredom, depression, addiction. All those things are the consequences of unifying cultures and consistently providing one source of thing that's most efficient. Now, you could argue maybe there's one type of iteration optimization that ultimately make it impossible to break out of it. That's a possibility. Then singularity of thought is enriched. Perhaps. For now, extreme behavior, dissonance, discontent, chaos is the trending thing on the internet. And that's a revolution against converging. So that's typically what happens in human history. At least I have a cogent evidence to support that this type of human behavior comes in cycles. When you attempt to unify and conform an entire species, especially the human species, pushback happens to differentiate again. Then contract, differentiate, contract, differentiate. And in my opinion, that's my counter argument against AI art as well and AI products. When AI tries to consolidate and create hyper-objectivity, either humans become not subjective anymore and lose their humanity, and or you make an argument that human will try to preserve their humanity. So then there will be a divergent again. Convergence, pushback, divergence. We can have a larger overarching power that removes the humanity from humans, but a statement like that is not necessarily someone who understands the human condition, in my opinion. So when you say communications are available as a species, we are not actually unifying. We were unifying up to this point, and now we're seeing a dissonance, a discontent. So all the unifications and the unifying hyper efficiency to unify and like echo chamber, those things are now breaking apart. They are diversifying and crumbling, largely due to the nature that when something becomes inherently very consistent, the same, discontent rises due to differing opinions, largely because human nature is kind of like that, at least in my opinion. At least in my opinion. And obviously, I'm not a philosopher nor an anthropologist or a historian, but I think I've lived long enough to witness 2 cycles of unification and diversification. And now I'm starting to witness the internet. The honeymoon period of the internet is possibly coming to an end. And that honeymoon period is not necessarily good or bad. The honeymoon period is during the convergence. Like, this stuff is so good, we're converging, right? Exposure converges. But now there's pushback. So now there's, in my opinion, an increased trend of dissonance and discontent. Now there are enough echo chambers where echo chambers are interacting with each echo chamber. It's gotten to the point where the vast critical number of echo chambers have grown large enough to conflict with another echo chamber. So we share the world, right? But we also share the dissonance. Even though there's nodes of converging patterns and collections, at some point all these ideas share overlapping spaces. So discontent will create fragmentation again, in my opinion. Humans, they're a really wonderful ball of surprises, and if you get to live long enough to go through cycles of contraction and expansion in ideas, that's awesome. What's a great way to talk about expansions and contractions of ideas? Unification of empires. There was a contraction due to spiritualism and politics, and then there was an expansion, enlightenment, or the Renaissance. And then there was a contraction, modern empire building, industrial revolution, iterations, then another expansion, globalization, internet, ironically. And then there's going to be a contraction, nationalism, the resurgence of nationalism, isolationism. And what's going to stop that from happening? Another expansion, and it could lead to like conflict and wars are an example of an attempt to unify, at the same time create fragmentation, right? So pretty interesting thought that you have there. I think currently I don't know your view on it, but do you consider language a part of a culture? I do, personally. Culture is a representation. Culture is like the largest umbrella, and language is under culture. For me personally, culture embodies something that's higher up, but culture is a part of language is a part of the culture. And if so, do you think there's any risk of cultural appropriation? Everything in humanity, this is like I'm gonna say a cliche terming thing, right? A society existing has appropriation. So pretty much saying that there are no or any risk. Are there any risks? The answer is yes, of course. Rather those risks, use the word risks. I would probably say something, if so you think, are there any changes involved in cultural appropriation? The answer is yes, because the risk is a risk if you think it's negative. It's a benefit if you think it's a positive. So in this case, are there any risks? Yes, just as likely as there are benefits of cultural appropriation. For me, going out to eat isn't primarily about paying, so you don't have to make the meal yourself, and more so having a meal that you couldn't make yourself. That's fine. So in that case, if I was using that logic that you're paying more so for a meal that you couldn't make yourself, that would be logically in conflict, in my opinion, with the idea that you think paying meals and tipping and whatnot should be optional, right? I'm not entirely. So if you couldn't make something, so you're already going out to have a meal that you couldn't make. So if you could make them, then you wouldn't necessarily want to pay for those meals. It's different for you, but after you got bullied, you fell into similar introverted behavior. Okay, as you felt that attention just had a massive risk of public embarrassment, humiliation, which did. And still does make me cautiously try to find the best way to be unnoticed, right? And it made me view going into public environment as a task to get through as quickly as possible. I understand that. I think I understand that even to this day. Vicariously. It's like going back in time, reading that. Before I was 18, probably. Like when I was 18 or younger, that's probably, it's talking to like my younger self there. The whole idea of a massive risk of public embarrassment, humiliation, or being noticed, right? One thing that I have come to accept is the quote unquote, the wholesale of being noticed is a risk I'm taking. So risk and, risk benefit analyses, right? Spending a lifetime in a country, right, in the United States for my pragmatic uses, what are my pros and cons of being unnoticed? The early lifetime experience is a negative experience. However, is that exclusive to the negative experience? It's difficult for someone growing up to appreciate that there's no other outcomes, right? Do you feel like the attention will inherently and statistically be a point of embarrassment and negativity? The answer is yes, if that's your first experience, right? Because you didn't witness nor experience alternatives. Without continuing to do so and improving on that, you may never experience those possibilities, largely due to confirmation bias of something negative. And negative is very powerful. So my only thought that I can contribute to that statement is that I thought that to be true as well, until I got lucky. And one of the lucky things is to make myself noticeable. Just noticeable enough that I've met my best friends for a lifetime. And those people had a different perspective. At the cost of being noticed, which could lead to potential risk, they continue to choose to do so. And I embrace that lifestyle today and probably expand upon it, largely because they're married now and they have like more selectively selfish things they would want to do to elevate their quality of life. And myself, I live alone, right? I don't have a significant other. So I continue to weigh that risk against potential embarrassment or humiliation. It's already happened. I mean, I post YouTube videos and I stream. I've already been publicly embarrassed and humiliated, or there have been attempts to publicly embarrass me and humiliate me. And actually, I had a couple run-ins on masquerading and like misinformation. So that has happened, and I wouldn't trade it, largely due to the nature that I can experience both, right? The possibility of being noticed comes with both risks and benefits. It is very difficult for one to become comfortable in taking that risk if they themselves firsthand have not experienced what the other side of things happen. And that's a very acceptable human condition. One is very cautionary and cynical and potentially difficult to trust people, paved by lots of personal recent negative events and or long-standing events. I don't know if this is super, but do you have a significant... Oh yeah, I already answered that question. I live alone. I don't have a significant other. What do you mean by you don't have that privilege? Oh, for the music thing. For the music thing, I don't have the luxury to think about that. So when you're talking about like playing a soundtrack and then um pretending to be something, I don't have time to think about that. When I was younger, that stuff was not an option. Much like you believing now that being a public figure and being noticed only lead to risks. When I was younger, I did not have that privilege. There's no time to think about those kind of things. You work, you play. Like it took me a really long time to even realize that my parents listened to music. Like a very long time. In fact, it took me a very long time to even know that music has qualities that I may enjoy. So, um, that's kind of what happens when you close yourself off to experiences, attaching them to fear, right? When you stop doing things, regardless of what someone tells you, they can't convince you to feel otherwise. It's knowledge is fantastic, right? But wisdom is felt for a lifetime. So with knowledge, that's great. You can have someone tell you, oh yeah, that's not everyone. There are good people out there. There are the good actors, but yet it can't change your wisdom regarding the knowledge. You will have these fears, these massive risks, and assuming that risks is voluntary for the person, right? And that doesn't mean you're stuck in a life of misery or something like that. There are ways to operate within those parameters that might be sufficient. For myself, it's not sufficient. Not sufficient to be introverted, cynical, pessimistic any longer. So I've since thrown that out after meeting, and luck played a lot of role in it, I think, in my opinion. So I continue to talk about how lucky I have been in my life to not be great at drawing attention to myself because of early upbringing, but at the same time, somehow, some way, put myself in a position that I was noticed for reasons other than embarrassment, humiliation, and discrimination. It still happens today, by the way. I don't know if this is. Oh, okay. What do you think of me? Do you have a more liberal view on cultural appropriations, as you seem to have a quite strong support of multiculturalism? I'm a moderate. I'm a moderate. Because I am multicultural, I'm a moderate. I think there's a there's a little granularity here. Cultural, I think more things are multicultural, not specifically of a country's culture. So I would think of it as a moderate. I'm more moderate about things. My perspective is taking the perspective of both sides. Like, oh yeah, the pros and cons of that, and the pros and cons of that. Not moderate, not multicultural or appropriation in the sense of knowing that I know the right thing, like it's righteous indignation, right? I think I do not necessarily see the difference between people who think they're right to appropriate and not right to appropriate. Those require the same mindsets. If you think you are inherently right for cultural appropriation and inherently wrong for appropriation in either way. So, if I had to be very conservative, I'm moderate, right? It's neither. Sometimes it's this way, sometimes that way. I don't know. Like I don't usually think about labels like that too often, right? You think the acts of being bullied for whatever reason is a double whammy, as it makes you hyper aware of the risk of public attention? If you're only focusing on the negative stuff, yes, while also maybe making the probability of public interaction seem more likely than it is. Again, if you only focus on the negative aspect. So far, all the comments you made about bully, humiliation, embarrassment is usually, in order to come to that conclusion, in my opinion, is someone who's confirming based on a negative spin on most things. Because you have yet to say words like benefit, opportunities, chances, lucky, which I've been trying to counter or balance your um one lean, right? I'm more developed in being social and embracing interpersonal communication, largely because it's both that and what I said. Luck, chance, opportunity, exposure. Exposure to me is neutral. It can be negative exposure and positive exposure. Legacy, notoriety, charisma, constitution, those things are due to public interactions as well. So if you want to develop dexterity in conversation, or not necessarily, if you want to develop, we're using like video game terms, if you want to develop charisma, charisma does not come from the lack of public interaction. So, and wisdom does not either. Wisdom and charisma, you know, the bottom of the stack, not strength, dexterity, and constitution, but wisdom and charisma comes from public interaction as well. Not that, and intellect is what you're talking about. So intellect is a separate, we're using RPG terms now. So strength, dexterity, if you're someone who prides on strength, dexterity, maybe constitution. I think constitution is the middle ground, because if people keep beating you up, your constitution actually goes up. So we're gonna say strength, dexterity, intellect, right? That's for the people who avoid risk taking and do not interact with people. A lot of times those shine through. Then you have charisma, wisdom, right? Charisma and wisdom. And charisma and wisdom comes from interacting with many situations, right? The characteristic tools and skills that involve charisma and wisdom deals with adapting to human responses and unpredictability stuff. Intellect and all those are governed by focusing on self, right? What definition of wisdom am I using? The ability to appropriate knowledge due to experience. So, I could tell you, I could tell you 500 kanji, right? Your intellect goes up in terms of kanji, but how do you use it? That's the definition of wisdom. There's a bully that is targeting you right now. How do you deal with it? Wisdom. You can have intellect, you can learn about lots of options you can do to approach dealing with the bully, right? You can read about how other people deal with the bully, but wisdom is what determines what action and decision you're going to make with that information. In the new Battleground patch, demons are very good now as the minion that reduces the cost of the next tavern spell when you take... Yes. Has changed to allow... Oh, so they changed it back, huh? I remember they changed it, what you call it? What's his name? Archimon? They changed Archimon to not be able to reduce it to 0. Originally, it was to 0, and it was borked. And then they switched it to the upper cap of 1, a lower limit of 1. Oh, so they changed it back? So along with that demon upgrade, oh, so they changed it back? Archimon now is back down to 0? Because I noticed that they temporarily changed it to the minimum of 1, and I was like, dang. Because I was farming the heck out of that with, The other demon, the demon, yeah, I forgot the name of the demon when you play a spell. It's T5. Um, a Hellguard? A Doomguard? It was a Hellguard or a Doomguard. Yeah, I know what you mean. The spell scaling is amazing. Anyways, that's a pretty good place. So I don't know. Wisdom. That's kind of how I define wisdom. I'm glad you asked for clarity. Also, Hawkstrider is back in the pool for now. Start of combat trigger your 2 left. Oh, 2. I didn't remember it was 2. That's pretty boss. It kind of bleeds into your interest in the beast meta. Well, from earlier talk. Okay. All right. Let's get back on the. It was a wonderful discussion, right? Gecko. This seems like a regular thing now, huh? It's either you or Gecko, and then later on, there might be like a separate one. So we gotta keep on task. Let's keep on task now. Nice little enrichment. I actually, oh no, I thought about you earlier when I was thinking about our previous topic. It'll come to me another time. I was watching something in the evening yesterday, like late in the evening. I finished at like 5 a.m. yesterday. I thought about um a relevant topic that was a great way to contrast how I think about the things, the way you look at things, and then wanted to share with you like a different way, and the clip really captured that, like that particular clip, but I don't remember what it is now. Maybe a little bit later. Sensen. Sensen Getsu. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I'm being just now I'm making errors again. The month before, yeah. That's fine. Oh, right. This is... Oh, what was this actually? And so let me try to use the mnemonic. So we have nothing that deals with the shape of this. No, we don't have anything that deals with the shape of it. Do we have something to deal with previous? Yeah, that makes sense. In my mind now, wisdom is like the ability to most logically assess and carry out the best path of using the balls of knowledge you have. That's pretty reasonable. Where are you overlapping at? Me that I need to get some sleep. At least you're already limited to 6 hours of sleep and I want to be well rested for the football match. Yeah. Sleep well. It was great. Come, I would love to hear about the football match. Yes. Um... Alright. was distracted. Oh, it was Saki. That's right. This one I needed to... Oh, I know why I didn't remember this. It's because someone else told me the way they remembered it, and I didn't remember that mnemonic. What was it? Someone said they thought of they thought of sake. Someone thought about alcohol, but with an I. So that's how they got sake. I don't remember who said it though. It might have been Blue. I was thinking of something else. Should have remembered that instead. That seems like a mnemonic that works. Attached to someone. It's fine. It's vocabulary. So we still have a deficiency in how to use Ko's mnemonic to remember vocabulary. I think it's an incredibly weak spot for WaniKani. Not necessarily because of the mnemonics, but the way vocabulary is sidelined for kanji in display, which that's the start of the digression today, because Gecko suggested using Wikistats display chart, which I will have to reconsider at some point later down the line. The month before the last? Is that what you want? Month before last. I don't like the wording of that too. That's probably more of an English thing. I'm gonna add synonym the month before. Probably. I disagree. So we're gonna add that as a synonym. Common. So we gotta think about this. I think this is terrible. So tip ahead. You're thinking of intelligence as bowling balls that you need to have in the first place to knock over the pins, and wisdom and the extent of it being the technique, speed, and accuracy of throwing. That's fantastic. Yes. Yeah. It's the experience you need. Yeah. Like, for example, here's the thing. Wisdom can also guide predictable natures. You made it more than a week? Oh, is that how that's... Wait. Oh, nice! Congratulations! Congratulations are passing a week, Omni. Tomorrow I might blink and it'll be a month, Omni. Congrats. What'd you call it? Here's one pro call. Here's an I want to go deeper into that metaphor about bowling balls. So your technique, speed, and accuracy, right, of throwing the ball. Wisdom is that guiding force that you don't know the profile of the lane. When you're thinking about bowling, right, there is also wisdom in knowing the profile of the lane. So in professional bowling, there's oil patterns across the lane, right? Yes, you have your technique, you have your intelligence, and you also have your experience with your practice. However, playing the sport allows you to adjust your intelligence that was also coming from practice as well, to adjust to changing lane conditions. What's invisible is because you do not have the wisdom to see it. So when someone sees a bowler throw the same looking ball down the lane, they are not necessarily using the same technique, speed, and accuracy that you might think. They are producing the same results through the adjustment from their wisdom. So if you see a bowler, a professional bowler, reproduce the same shot across like the entire tournament, that is wisdom that is invisible to your intellect. You could see a lane, you could see a bowling ball, you can observe the bowling ball. You can see that they look the same, but you don't know that they aren't the same. So one cannot see wisdom. They must experience it a lot of times, right? You can pass wisdom. You could try to pass wisdom, but then using that information, you must acquire the experience to apply it, right? That wisdom that's being passed is more seen as information, as an intellect. It's not a two-way streak, unfortunately, or it's not a transferable thing. Like, you know, when you have a child, your wisdom is not transferred to the child, it's acquired. And that's kind of one of those things. Appearances, you're only guided by your intellect, but your wisdom produces an emergent property. Wisdom is, in my opinion, an emergent property of having intellect. So if you have the natural curiosity to learn things, wisdom becomes a consequence of having intellect. You synthesize new ideas, you know, through experimentation, observation, there's a potential for emergence. So one is wise through the practice of being intelligent. A bit of like when people say that younger people lack the wisdom that you can only get from physically going through certain circumstances. Yeah. Do you think there's transferable skills in learning knowledge versus wisdom? Like if you think you can learn wisdom in a comparable way to learning knowledge, maybe like partial. Now hear me out. Let's say that let's do some like theoretical things. Let's say that's true, right? You can acquire wisdom somehow that's transferable, like you're learning knowledge. What would that remediate? What would human behaviors, are there any particular human behaviors that might not occur anymore if that were true? That would be a great way to say if it's possibly significant and or exist. I would say human conflict might be one of those. So I don't see that going away anytime soon. If you know what I mean. Like, I don't see that going away anytime soon. I don't see two people knowing the same information and coming out with a different opinion going away anytime soon. If you know what I mean. Like, you and I could have the same information and yet we still have discussions about it. So that, in the very nature of what we're doing now, is in conflict with the idea that wisdom is transferable. Like, we can talk about our experiences and we might have similar experiences, like we both experienced discrimination, for example, if that was what was inferred, and yet our wisdom guided us to different outcomes. Isn't that interesting? So I'm not sure if we will become a hive mind at some point. I think if there is a way to subconsciously transfer wisdom, then that whole idea of singularity and like hive mining and whatnot might actually be feasible. But I don't think that's the case. So humans will be humans. We'll spend a lifetime trying to understand each other through our collective wisdom, not necessarily our unified wisdom, but our collective. Also, are you using intellect or something moldable as something set? Also, are you using intellect? Yes, it's moldable. Yes, intellect kind of moves into wisdom, right? Like for example, conventional wisdom can affect one's intellect, right? When did you hear conventional knowledge being not part of reality? So you could have wisdom in other aspects, like knowing conventional wisdom based on erroneous logic and the other way around, which is kind of reinforces the idea that it's not transferable. Oh, you messed up. You missed up until human conflict being something. Oh, I see. What is human conflict and what is human conflict in aspect of? That's a good question. I don't know. I think I'm more likely to appropriate human conflict in. I usually say conflict of interest when it comes to human conflict. And that conflict of interest may as well be significantly impacted by people's wisdom. Yeah, that's a good point. It's annoying but interesting that biases can lead to two people that have both honestly evaluate and then come to most logical answer of an idea, but ends up with two different answers. Exactly. Imagine being able to transfer wisdom. That would be a little bit wild. And that's a concept that I wouldn't be able to understand. Obviously, largely because I think it's inherent to human nature. I cannot ever impart you the whole entirety of my wisdom. I can impart it to you as a form of information. I can tell you that I don't blame my bullies for leading to who I am today. Yet you hear those words, but you might not be able to internalize those words, largely because you came to a different conclusion, likely, than I did. When you asked about human conflict being an aspect of something, I was trying to figure out what the context of you saying human was. Oh, you missed the thing before. You mentioned, do you think there's transferable skills in learning knowledge versus wisdom? And I was proposing, let's say there was, because I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Let's say there was a comparable way to transfer wisdom. Right? How would human conflict change if there was a transferable way to like transfer wisdom, right? Like, what if you watched a TikTok short and somehow you transferably acquired all the aspects of wisdom from that knowledge? I think human conflict would look very different than it is now. And that's why I brought up human conflict. What is a human conflict is a great way to look at if wisdom is transferable. Largely because the internet is filled with information, right? And yet human conflict continues to occur. One would think with adequate wisdom in wielding that knowledge, people come to the same or similar conclusions. So therefore there would be a lack of conflict of interest, and yet it continues to persist. So, and I don't think it decreased with more information, if you know what I mean. Like, we're using the definitions we've already established of intellect and wisdom, right? Within those definitions that I have cursorily described, conflict didn't decrease on the internet. It increased on the internet. So whatever information is available on the internet, we have all the information, presumably where there's a will, there's a way, all the information available to us. And yet there are conflicts of interest that continues. So within our infinite wisdom, somehow our wisdom guides what we interpret from our intellect. So the information we see and want to see is guided by our capacity for wise thinking. You know, you wield the information. And if there was a transferable way to move wisdom, I would say progressively it would have the nature of human conflict would have changed shape. Like the way conflicts of interest occurs at a fundamental level would be inherently very different. And that's the only way I could see providing a no, sort of, to comparable to learning knowledge, right? Because I was comparing it to learning knowledge. If the internet provides a lot of knowledge, and there was some sort of way to transfer wisdom, I think that knowledge would ultimately change and shape human conflict. That doesn't look like something familiar, and yet we still see familiar human conflict. So I think the context of the human conflict now is taking a different shape to some extent. So maybe yes or no. Yes or no, possibly. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, when I asked, okay, you said a while ago, I can know all the facts of experiencing war, but I can never have the blank of the feeling of being in a war. The blank is the word you use. I can't remember. Do you remember what it was? The blank of the war? I don't remember. Maybe the experience of the war? I wholeheartedly am gonna plead the fifth on this. Oh, sorry, that's a American thing. I don't really take accountability of the word. I hope it's not a fruity word, because sometimes I get a little carried away with using words. Sorry. I think that the example shows wisdom is unlikely to be transferable, but could also partly, be due to unbreakable natural behaviors that always bind us to certain things that can only be lessened and never completely be escapable. Yeah, and I think it's a yes or no. It's probably a yes or no, right? Yes and no. Sorry, like maybe there's some semblance, but it does not create a significant change yet, right? But hear me out. What about virtual reality and simulation? Right? Like, I know this sounds like things of science fiction, but I'm thinking of a Star Trek episode. So one Star Trek episode, I used this before. I'll talk about it. I really like Star Trek. I watch like different episodes all the time, like reruns of different episodes all the time. This one was about punishment. So punishment, being punished for something, creates wisdom. Like it allows to impart someone's conception of the consequences of one's crime, right? Or one's misapprehension. It creates fear and whatnot, and it frames the thing. Like, how do you teach someone what you did was wrong, right? Even though you might think you were right in the situation, right? So in this one, they use the idea of an experimentation with the mind. So it's intellect, right? It's intellect bound. So obviously this wasn't it was wrongful punishment, but one of the crew members, it was a Deep Space Nine episode, and it starts off, you're like, you have no idea what's going on, but one of the crew members was thrown into a jail cell, like a prison cell, and locked in with this other person. And it looked like you were just watching their life go by, right? They're trying to save money, like they're trying to save the food rations that they have because they're being punished for a crime that they did. And you don't know anything about the crime. You just know that this person was One of the crew members got locked in with this jail with this like alien race, another alien creature, and they started like talking and exchanging. And at some point during that experience, desperation came about, paranoia set in, and that crew member ended up taking the life of this alien, unaliving this alien, right? For like ration or paranoia that brought out that the human nature to try to preserve existence. So afterwards, at some point, he was let out of prison. And it was then that moment was come to the realization that all he spent 30 years in a matter of weeks in his head. So on this planet, they develop a technology in which you simulate the speed of the human organism, the organism's brain, to produce a hypothetical simulated feel and punishment that they can control and impart on the victim or on the criminal in order to rehabilitate them faster than the biological clock. So then you watch the rest of the episode of how this crewman had to struggle with whether it was real or not, or things are real or it's not. It was real to him, but no one could ever appreciate that it wasn't real. Like, they tried their best. Like, remember, you have to cope with this, understand that it was a mistake. He was wrongfully accused, by the way. So he was not. So every other crewman, regardless of how experienced they are with technology, Star Trek takes place way, way in the future where the humanity is a utopia. So when it comes to technology and stuff, they're encountering alien technology, but they're prepared for this. Usually they're prepared for this. So, however, it does not compensate for the inability for all the crewmen to understand and be able to comfort this crew member in overcoming the wisdom, the scar, the experience that he had in his head. So to him, it was real, and he kept having flashbacks and episodes with unaliving someone because that's out of his nature. He was unable, he didn't believe that he was capable of doing that, right? And how much of it was the simulation? How much of it was the punishment and the condition? So even if you feel like you're incapable of doing something, you are unable to ever predict what your human condition will present yourself with. So then everyone's like, it was with extraneous circumstance, like you were pushed to the limit, you were desperate, and now it wasn't real. No one died. The alien, by the way, was a figment of his was in his head. So he projected, or maybe the person who was punishing him was projecting that image. So a real person did not die, but it was real to him. So the whole episode kind of explored that. And that's why I absolutely love Star Trek episodes. But that's one episode, by the way. It's one like 45-minute episode. I'm pretty sure. I didn't think it's one of those special ones that goes into 2 episodes or anything. Very, very wonderful. I go back to that quite a lot when it comes to what is real, what is felt, and even against your better intellect. Like, you see him early knowing like, oh, this can't be real, like, or like, this is weird, like, is this real or is this not? And then after the fact, he's still questioning if it's real or not. So you can know all the facts, right? You can know the knowledge, but you can't compensate for the wisdom that's acquired through experience, the emergent nature of it, and even against all of the odds of other humans being able to understand the nature of what he went through, right? Oh, this guy was trapped, it was simulated, like, and what they come to the conclusion is they can only do the best they can because they can't ever transfer that wisdom, nor can that person ever transfer that wisdom to their crew members, and not even want to wish to do that. So here's the thing. If we think if you're thinking in the good way, like, oh, what if we could transfer wisdom? The question is, would we want to? Right? Humans are elegant in a way that there are certain wisdom that when acquired, they don't necessarily want to impart it on the people. So it's also a defense mechanism. Like this person, when you're looking at the character, like he's distraught, he's damaged, and he's like incomprehensibly inconsolable at times. The first thing he would think about is, I wish you could feel the same way I'm feeling right now. That is a paradox right there. That's one of the paradox of human kindness and human suffering, right? There are times, and what does this sound like? It sounds like a parent. If you love your children, having the ability to transfer wisdom is different from if you choose to want to impart that wisdom on them or not, right? And when is it appropriate, or how, in which manner? So if that truly exists, if that did truly exist, I think we would be looking at a lot of different ethical concerns regarding these things. Like, how do you make someone suddenly know what it's like to be discriminated against? I like sharing the information. So in its infinite wisdom, right? I like telling people about experiences, but I honestly do not want them to experience it in the first place, right? Sometimes ignorance from certain things are elegant as well. So sharing what can come of discrimination means also to selectively decide what information and also the message you're trying to give, and in itself become an experience and potential lead to wisdom. But man, the idea that I want to know what it's like to experience being a wartime person, that's scary in its own right. So I don't know what the answer to this is, but personally, man, I would most definitely be a different person if I understood what it's like to grow up in a wartime as opposed to growing up in a peacetime, right? Asterisks, I live in the United States, right? So lots of wonderful philosophical discussions. Star Trek is your series, in my opinion. If you don't like if you don't need flashy animations, and you rather prefer people just sit there and talk about like the potential hypotheticals, Star Trek is such a gold mine. It's how I fell in love with Star Trek. And I only fell in love with Star Trek when I wasn't like a teeny bopper youth who's ignorant and have a really tiny view of the world. I actually started watching Star Trek like 5 years ago when I was like doing this still. So when I was younger, I was kind of like others, like fancy things. Can you tell which episode that is? Let me see. It was O'Brien's. Okay, I think I can Google that. O'Brien was the crew member trapped in mine punishment. Star Trek. I'm trying to see if I can bring it. I don't know what the episode is. O'Brien living. Oh, here it is. O'Brien living 20 years in prison in hard times should have given him a mental breakdown. But yes, okay. It's 20 years. So what episode is it? Episode. Thank you, Gemini. What episode? It's DS9. It's Deep Space Nine, season 4, episode 18. Mauro. It's let me write this down because I said it really fast. It's DS9, which is Deep Space Nine, season 4, episode 18. It's such a beautiful episode, and lots of people talk about this in like, should it have been darker? should have been. That's a really great episode. It's like etched into my mind. Such a good episode. I think the episode's called Hard Time. Yeah, Hard Time. There was no fancy animations, right? No fancy animations, just two people in a set scene going day after day. It's like it felt like time passed, like so vividly. And that's a pretty interesting way. And what I'm saying is, can wisdom be transferred? It might not be able to be transferred, Procall, but it could be simulated. And all I can think about is both the pros and cons of being able to do that. Because think about the asterisks and how close that is to playing a VR game right now. Right now, at least the way we interact with media has a one-to-one relationship with time to some extent. It's the suspense of disbelief that creates a passage of time, accelerated. YouTube creates that. When you watch a content creator suddenly become fluent in 5 minutes, it's a suspension of disbelief, right? Because they are already fluent now. They're showing you footage from 5 years ago, right? So right now, wisdom is not transferable in that way. You can't see and feel the literal passage of time. However, VR and stuff is getting close to a point where what if it was done in the speed of your brain capacity? So then you would be having like a dream, for example. It's like waking up from a bad dream. It could feel like it's been 20 or 30 years. That sounds really scary. Like thinking about, you can look at it from a good way. You can also look at it from a bad way. Like you can impart the wisdom of going through school, for example, right? Going through high school that first 18 years. But what part of that also involves literally being in school, right? There are so many aspects of wisdom that is so inherently emergent that if you're trying to stimulate a kid, like for example, if you wanted your 5-year-old kid to not spend the next 12 years of their lives going through school and experiencing all of that, how can you collectively simulate that so that the kid is an 18-year-old in a 5-year-old body? That sounds like playing with something that I do feel can be possible in the future with technology. Right? There's something that goes beyond. There's an aspect like a human condition. This is one of the human conditions. Time always moves one-to-one, right? The facts are time ticks linearly. It's constant because of the observable universe we are. But our brain, time doesn't move at the same pace. It never does. Like, you might be thinking, of course it does, right? You look at your clock and you're like, okay, 1, 2, 3. But then you put the clock down, right? Time is relatively not constant. That is narrow-minded. But in this example where it is constant, and in the way that you're not taking it from a perspective of someone I'm referring to, right? Time is relative, so therefore it is constant to the person that I'm talking about. So it's a cyclic argument. If time is relative, it's relative to the person's perspective on time, which is constant. Shouldn't have said that as an absolute. As far as I understand it, shouldn't have set that as an absolute. That would be ironic because you shouldn't have set that as an absolute. Time is not absolutely relative and not constant. So, cyclic argument, again, I could use the same thing about exactly what you just said. The perception of time is constant, which is still absolute in this case. And when you think about it, it is relative. So it is relative, right? That's what the cyclic argument is. It's a paradox, right? You can always think of time in a certain way, but yet it doesn't feel the same way. So to O'Brien, the character in Star Trek, it felt like 30 years, but it's 1 year. And then you know what's even brilliant about Star Trek? 1 year is not even 1 year in that in the universe of Deep Space Nine. They actually show that time can be transcended in one period, in a cross section. So it gets a little wild, but Star Trek deals with time of like entities and human aliens that view time as any specific point on, like, they don't view it as linear. So like, yeah, so it's Star Trek. So a lot of the episodes, especially Deep Space Nine, there's a whole arc dealing with aliens who view time as not a straight line or a linear. You're not a linear time creature. The race of aliens or this entity do not look at time as a linear, like humans are linear time creatures and those creatures are not. So it's like folded on top of each other. So yes, time is relative, basically, right? Like in the long run, my thought is that, yeah, time is relative. The time is relative is consistent. The idea of time being relative is consistent, right? It's constantly relative. And that's the irony, or not really the irony, but more like the paradox here, right? Something that's most consistent is that the perception of time is relative. Crazy, I know. And it all goes back to O'Brien and Deep Space Nine and whatnot. It's crazy. Or hear me out. I love this movie, The Arrival. Ooh, The Arrival. And it's about language learning. Hear me out. If you haven't seen, how long ago is this movie? Like 2013? There's no way it's 2000. It almost won the 2016. 2016. Yeah. So you've seen it, Maro? Language learning, how language is to communicate the aspect of time and events. Ooh, this movie was great. It's 2016. It got nominated for Best Picture, but it didn't win. It would have been one of the first times. It's one of the few science fictions that got nominated for Picture of the Year, and but it wasn't the first science fiction to take Picture of the Year. Science fiction don't usually take Picture of the Year until we did a little wiggle room, The Shape of Water by Guillermo del Toro. But yeah, 2016's Arrival. It's fantastic. I love that movie. If you're a language learner, like if you like language learning and you kind of like sci-fi, just slam it together. You're majoring linguistics and quite curious to watch it. Ah, I see. Yeah, that totally checks out. I did not think, I didn't know what I was expecting, but I went into the movie theater and I was like, dude. Without saying too much, I did answer a pro call. I am single, but I did watch The Arrival on a date. Long story short, it was a date. That was the date movie we watched. We watched it at a one of those like eat dinner movie theaters. Like an eat dinner movie theater. I don't know if you guys ever had like a dinner movie theater before, where like the whole idea is you eat there and then like looking, it's not like a regular movie theater where you sit upright and then eat your popcorn and stuff. It was a big deal. I thought it was a cool experience to take someone on a date, so that's what we did. It's related, but not the same as an interesting moral thought experiment of an actual court case of a man who was being tried in court for buying. Yes, CP, which was later found to be caused by a brain tumor that, oh, yeah, that stopped it. Yeah, and my view on it is that you feel something out of control led him to, yes, the situation, but you still completely condemn him because he should have been punished for the acts. Yeah, I can see that. This also reminds you of a game called Meteor 60 Seconds. Interesting. Where, oh, yes. 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 I know what you're talking about. Yep. I've never watched it, but it seems like it has an interesting concept. I see. Also, I know this is stupid, but I don't have it to the extent I used to, but I still have a sort of knee-jerk reaction to things being nerdy and that being bad, even though you do a lot of nerdy stuff. That's understandable. That's definitely understandable. I do too. Although the knee-jerk is not a bad thing. Now, if I am able to demonstrate that the thing that I feel is nerdy can be relatable. Relatable is key, in my opinion. Someone no longer attaches in a distance to a word if you can make that thing relatable. I talk about Star Trek a lot, but I don't talk about it in a quote-unquote nerdy way. So if you think about it, I don't know if you watch Big Bang Theory at all. There's an element of intellect, high intellect, that can sound nerdy and detached. There's also those who are empathetic and charismatic, right? Charismatic with their intellect. Slice in a little wisdom, and you can make something that sounds nerdy be interesting, right? I could have said something like, oh, O'Brien is on this space at the last frontier, and there's this really interesting, like, there are many ways to go about talking about that episode. However, I chose to focus on something that connects people, as opposed to making it exceptional, right? That episode doesn't sound exceptionally nuanced. I didn't mention the alien race's name. I didn't spend expository nature that was unrelatable. And it is a Star Trek episode. The nerdiest thing I said was it's a Star Trek episode. Probably. And yeah, I understand what you mean though about the whole being a nerd. The reflex would be for a lot of people, I know this is gonna sound nerdy, right? That kind of thing. Or, oh man, this is gonna sound like I'm some sort of anime hard fan or something. I get that. There are definitely different ways to show that or cope with it. Would the simulated wisdom lead to transferring wisdom to the one experiencing simulated wisdom to an extent though? Maybe it's transferring it because it's information, right? That's what I mean. So when you say, is it possible? I think it's possible. So what does that look like? When you simulate something, it's based on information, right? And that information ultimately creates the wisdom. So you could consider that as a transferring of wisdom. However, it's a really big black box, right? So it might not necessarily be the same as transferring wisdom. When you're using information to create a simulation, that simulation has unpredictable wisdom that come as a consequence of it. You hope that your information that you're simulating creates an outcome of the wisdom you want to create in the person. But for O'Brien, he was crippled. He was, people argue, but he was a main character, so it's like plot armor, or one of the supporting cast, so plot armor, that he could have been crippled. So those people in that episode was trying to simulate based on their information. So they have information or wisdom that they have, and they were an alien race too. So they don't know how it would impart that wisdom onto O'Brien, who's a human being. So this hypothetical alien race operated on the information that they have, but they weren't necessarily transferring their wisdom in this case, because when they simulated, they don't actually quite know what would have happened. Did it correct O'Brien's behavior? Well, no. It had like undue consequences, and then you can't take it back, right? And whatnot. So in the long run, a simulation doesn't necessarily mean a one-for-one transfer. It's kind of like using predictive algorithms, right? They have predictability within their parameters. So I'm gonna say it's kind of transfer. It's possible to kind of transfer wisdom. And why is this important to me? And why did I think about this example? I always wanted the idea. I love the idea that when people are born without legs, or like they were amputees, I've often dreamed about technology like this to impart the wisdom that was not possible, right? Otherwise. And there are consequences to it too, right? Like, for example, if someone lost their leg in an accident, are you able to allow them to experience walking again? And that is one of the like things that I think about in my mind when I thought about VR technology. And like, dear me, what is that thing called? A neural link or something, right? It enables people maybe to literally walk again, but also it can provide wisdom where it's not available. You can no longer like impart that wisdom in a very real way. So simulation has been on my mind for a while. I use the high school example because I'm thinking about education, right? I tend to think about education. How do you create things that are create and impart wisdom and knowledge in a manner that is less volatile in the point that it can create like, but it's really difficult. Like how do you know? Simulation is not the same as transferring one's consciousness or something, you know, or manufacturing or multiplying one's consciousness, largely because humans are, at least in my opinion. Let's go. Time relativity is also why the speed of light can only be, yep, exactly. The whole physics thing, astrophysics. Of course, USA has some way to incorporate stuffing their faces in every situation. Joking. Bazinga. Bazinga. Yeah, you've been watched through and through. I watch Big Bang Theory a lot, and people have came at me a lot for Big Bang Theory because in the United States specifically, other Americans, they find that isn't it offensive that they're appropriating nerd culture and like the stereotypes of science. You know, it's dealing with appropriation, right? A lot of times, and then the jokes land flat and whatnot. So, and then the gag reel, all that type. There's not enough wisdom that I can transfer in order to convey what Big Bang Theory was like to me. But I can honestly say I have lots of friends who don't watch that show, but often ask me why do they think I enjoy that show. That's the closest thing you can think about in terms of the limitations of transferring wisdom. But I'm being very nebulous again because I don't want to go into describing the components of Sheldon's personality and Leonard's personality, the characters, like the caricatures in Big Bang Theory. But I do enjoy watching reruns of Big Bang Theory. There are so many things that are topical that used to be hyperbolic about Big Bang Theory that because of the hyperbolic nature of algorithm-based behavior now, Big Bang Theory is far more topical. In fact, if you see reposts of Big Bang Theory's clips, they're very, very like they're very on point now. They get views, probably far more views and less controversy than they did before. So that's kind of an example of what I mean. I, in my opinion, foresaw foresaw by coincidence, purely by coincidence. I thought it was a possibility that in the post-internet world that we live in now, that Big Bang Theory will be topical. And by coincidence, the stuff that I used to feel as a kid or an earlier adult growing up, all that stuff that I felt that I'm talking about today is relevant to the kids today because they also happen to resonate with Big Bang Theory before. Largely due to the nature that whatever is happening with the internet and stuff is by coincidence creating behavior that I coincidentally had to cope with and like talk about and concern myself. It's coincidence. I want to believe it's coincidence. The whatever the circumstances I had as a kid, because I was raised by Chinese parents and in the United States, it felt like it was communicated through Big Bang Theory in an exaggerated way, but it wasn't exaggerated to me. Like, it was a different thing that was exaggerated in the time the show was released. Now, when you watch the show in today's time, that no longer seems exaggerated, largely because the social context of the internet is far more exaggerated now. It was absurd and cringy and not so funny back then when you don't have these extreme behavior and selection, like nerd culture at extreme, picturing scientists arguing about these things and doing these things. But now it seems very reasonable. So it's absurd. It's like, it's crazy. I don't really know. There's no other way to. It's such a crazy coincidence. I still believe it's a coincidence though. Oh, anyways, maybe we'll reflect upon this in the future. At your school, it was also that the popular group had the people that had the coolest way of acting, which included being under a certain level of dedication, effort to education, and because back then I craved being thought well by other students. I see. An inbuilt thing like Neuralink interests me so much but scares me so much. It is. Hear me out. I know I've been saying hear me out a lot because I'm gonna not try to explain these things because time is running thin. I start to say hear me out and trust me bro and kind of thing is because I want to, it's my trigger phrase for saying I'm not going into more detail, largely because it will take too long. A hot take. The more you know, right? The more it's likely going to scare you. It will pique you with insatiable curiosity, while at the same time, it's still the worst of humanity's cynicisms, right? With great power comes great knowledge comes great responsibility. And if that imparts wisdom, wisdom creates the balance of both interest, intrigue, and also devastatingly untransferable cynicism, largely due to witnessing these things, right? Like, so when we were talking about yesterday ago, maybe 2 days ago, when we were talking about if you gave me I remember what the trend is now. You asked me a hypothetical. If I got the knowledge instantly, remember that question? Guess what? Today or yesterday, that's a trend. I didn't realize that was a shorts trend where you ask someone and answer one of those questions. Like influencers will answer this question. What would you do if you got instant omnipotence in now? And then, the influencer, the AI voice, and then the influencer would say something for entertainment. That's what it reminded me of. So I got a few YouTube shorts that had natures of that question where it got an influencer to answer that, right? So now it's in my reel, which is interesting. But anyways, what I was about to say is it's like that situation. The response that I gave you about gaining knowledge and then becoming succumbing to the cynicism with your wisdom. So if one gained instantly all of the knowledge, right? All the knowledge of whatever they demand, would they cease to be the same person? Or would they enter a catastrophic mental breakdown? Would they end whatever the problem is, embrace cynicism and unfeeling? Science fiction. Star Trek. Yeah, Star Trek. I think I don't know the episode names either. There are 6 different ways I can think of. Hive mind, Borg, Borg episodes, collectives, like any form of collectives, not necessarily hive minds, but collectives like the Deep Space Nine had an alien race. They're like liquid people. I forgot what the word they used, but they meld. They meld to communicate with each other. And then telepathic stuff. There's so many. Or Black Mirror. I guess you can watch episodes of Black Mirror. Black Mirror also has your technology and circumventing and how that would affect under human condition, that kind of thing. What's the name that's similar to Involved, where you almost feel like you're in that piece of media? Vicarious? Where you almost feel like you're in that piece of media. The closest word that starts to come in mind is vicarious, like you're vicariously involved or invested, maybe. Surrogate, parasocial. Are you talking about no? That's being distinct. Unfortunately, those are the first words I came up. An example of people using the word is the character breaking the fourth wall really ruined my life. Oh, ruined my something in the show. Oh, interesting. The character breaking the fourth wall really broke or ruined my investment in the show. Is it investment? Oh, immersion. Immersion. Yeah, of course, immersion. It's gotta be immersion. Language learning, immersion. Oh man, my immersion is broken. Like, oh my gosh, that pop in, it's ruining my immersion, man. Oh no, immersion's lost. I think the common view in and even out of school on nerdy people being looked down upon is due to 2 major things. Okay. Those being the stereotypes of social incompetence being looked down upon. And the other being, oh, social incompetence. Okay. And the other being a feeling of inferiority to people who are smarter than them. That's interesting thought. Yeah. I think those are definite significant things that are involved in the motivation of looking at nerdy people. Phrasing them in a negative way is to highlight I think it would highlight it quite a bit. So inferiority would be far more stronger than superiority. Like, for example, social incompetence, probably to a lesser extent than the inferiority. I would go and take a little further step back and say pride. Like, if we were gonna be like super general, I would say pride. Pride and xenophobia as well. So you can throw in a bunch of other significant things, but those are pretty important points to keep in mind. All right, we really got it. We really got it. All right, I haven't seen those videos, but funny that you saw them after we talked about it. Yeah. Well, it's not a coincidence because my phone is always on listen, right? So most of the time, my algorithm ends up picking up whatever I'm talking about. So I wanted you to know that's how I remember people's details. by the way. When you talk to me and I'm saying something, the YouTube algorithm provides media that's related to the things we talk about. So when Blair gets me to say kitty cats or something, then cat videos show up again. And then when I see those videos, the way I remember about Blair's cats is I link cat videos to Blair. Immersed, yeah. Your immersion is broken. Yeah, to be immersed. My immersion in the show. I think that's the word that you might be looking at. Yeah, being immersed in a piece of media I was talking about. The reason I was asking was because when I smoke weed, okay, recreational, Big Bang Theory's laugh track, and when I look at the idle characters in the scene, always stops you from being immersed in it. Okay, that's fair. Tracking and the extent of it. Tracking and the extent of it. Ah, okay. I see. The only thing I can think about when it comes to immersion, and this is probably one of the costs, risk, benefits. I don't know what you want to look at it. I rarely now in these days are able to immerse in things I watch. So I'm an ever observer behind the fourth wall. Like I'm never in with the thing. There are exceptions, and those things are transformative. However, I tend to try to look for those things. So it happens a lot more rare these days. When you ask me about knowledge, what does knowledge do to someone? It makes them an infinite observer. Unless you consider like substances. Sorry, can you let me know if I shouldn't send it about things like recreational drug use or recreational like I don't know. I think we're not allowed to promote, like there are stipulations to not promoting it, but stating that you do, I don't think that's something. Also in the United States, it's varied. It's varied on the perspective. I sound like a broken record. You're American, right? The idea is a toss-up, but it is what you do. I don't see how that would not be appropriate. What you call it? What I can definitely say is it's very difficult for me to not be an observer of something. And you might be thinking, don't I ever miss being immersed in something? I do. And I go out of my way to look for it, right? I think the last time I was immersed in something, it's been a while. I have to think about it. It was a music video that I was immersed in. Shout outs to this band, I suppose. I think it's Sakana Nation. I think that's what their English name is, their ego. And I don't know the title of the music video, but I was immersed for like 3 minutes. I was so taken by it. Do you find a difference in immersion between real life versus animated media? No, not anymore. I can kind of tell you maybe when I was a kid, maybe when I was younger. Nowadays, everything seems like I'm looking through it through a window pane, if that makes sense. It goes back to that analogy when you asked me what happens if I were to acquire forever the knowledge that I want. If I acquire it, I can only think of myself as an observer from the rest of my life. So it becomes passionless, right? I desire to be taken away and swept off my feet when it comes to reading books and stuff. Oh, books. There was a time recently. It's kind of a little dangerous too, a little bit. And what I mean by that is the thing I was saying. I was driving, right? I was driving home, and I was listening to Turtles All the Way Down. and also Faults in Our Star. The audiobook. Yeah, I was taken away. So I was like waiting and lingering on each word. I was like, whoa, what's happening next? It's John Green, the author, did not narrate these books, but the person they hired was exceptional. So audiobooks have swept me off my feet for a little bit, for a moment. Like I was almost brought to tears for a moment when you just hear like you hear the person say, trying to exclaim and get the anger and the frustration about these youth that are going to die because they have terminal cancer. I'm sorry, that's a spoiler if you're interested in the premise of the books at all, but like all it built up to this one scene where like they're just shouting out frustration, like, why does this have to happen? Life is not fair. They were acting their own death. So what I mean is, it was a scene in Fallen Our Stars where they were having a pre-funeral because one of them is going to die soon because of terminal cancer. And when they were acting it out, I was just in it. Like that doesn't happen all the time. It actually happens rarely. So when that happens, I start typing and writing about it. And so fantastic. It's such a great feeling. Unfortunately, I don't get it a lot, so I can't be like addicted to it, which in my opinion is a silver lining, but at the same time, I love to want to immerse myself the way other people do. When I look at someone and they're like just caught up in this video game, sometimes I think about it, it's like, I'm going to try my best the best I can get is to ask them vicariously. So I like collecting people's stories, largely because I honestly rarely ever feel similar to other people. So it's very informative. You really wish you could get immersed in anime subs because the voice actors are generally better? I could kind of see why you would think that. Why you should learn Japanese, right? Those are if one believes the voice actors are generally better, that is certainly that would logically check out that you should learn Japanese, right? Or like as a pragmatic thing. What's Turtles All the Way Down? Okay, so I have a few authors that I still have a few authors that I read or listen or read, like their books. Largely I don't have a lot of time these days. I mean, we're already deep into this. Let's invest, right? So John Green is an author, and he has an internet appeal. So he is a vlogger as well. And his brother Hank Green, and I talk about them a lot. I'm gonna be really embarrassed if this ever reaches them. Like all these clips, they're buried in 8 hours of footage, so it's fine. So Hank Green and John Green. John Green is the author, and he wrote of Faults in Our Stars. Faults in Our Stars. That's one of his breakouts for like public appeal. And then he recently wrote, not that long ago, relatively, Turtles All the Way Down. That's the title of the book and the movie. So there's a movie that I haven't watched yet, the Turtles All the Way Down movie, but I did watch the movie for Fault in Our Stars when I finished listening to the audiobook. Whenever I go on a road trip, right, I usually drive like 2 hours to 4 hours one direction and then back. That's enough time to listen to a book that's like 300 to 400 pages and etc. The runtime is not that long, so I listened to them and I was just caught in the book. It was so the synopsis, John Green writes about kind of he used teen characters but spin them about human condition. And one of the synopsis for Turtle all the way down is OCD. That's the main thing of OCD. So the protagonist is, and it's not necessary, it's kind of like a projection of some of the things that John Green experienced. Like usually authors and creators have some semblance of their own life in it. It's not autobiographical, obviously. This is a work of fiction, but generally speaking, that's probably why I got caught up in it and whatnot. This one's about cancer and early death. So but it's guised in like a high school drama. So it's very much like in anime. There are elements in which why anime slice of life shows that use teens as a way to flip perspective on things like OCD, depression, early death. Like how do they approach it? That's very revealing. It's very it can be very relatable. So he communicates through them. Do you think it's immoral for someone to be happy, someone hope for someone that severely bullied them and is deep into drug addiction, the thought of them dying from it? I think if you think about it, there is a lot to be learned about oneself from realizing that. So if I think about morality, the morality is what you do with it. Since I don't know the nature of this person's resolve and what they acquire from thinking that, then I would say the morality lies within how that person utilizes that sense of awareness. This is implying that person is aware of it. And for myself, I derive no pleasure from it. So if I were to share my own experience, I actually, with every passing year, I like to hope that that person is doing well, in a manner of speak that events that I'm a naive person when it comes to this. I believe that people were not born that way, but conditioned and to be that way, in which that my only thought as I go on with life is that my life is comfortable. I've had luck and unlucky situations in my life. For all the luck that brought me, I hope that person also has luck in which that it stops that person from hurting others by being treated and being well, right? Yes, you might be arguing, well, that's not fair. This person was a rotten person. Shouldn't they be punished for it? It's like, that's fair. That's a fair point. If making that person happy also stops that person from hurting others, that's a win-win. Right? They can be productive and contributing to it. I know it's not always possible, but since I don't actually know what happened or become of that person, then the thought of that reveals something about me, my inner nature. So if I'm constantly hoping for that, I want to also know, what does that tell me about myself? Because you can also wield that too. You can wield that thing. What happens when you have seen yourself as the bully of another person? Knowing how that makes you feel makes you a better person, perhaps, right? That's kind of what I would think about. Since you can't affect what becomes of that person unless you do it, I suppose. When you can't affect and you have you and your own thoughts, my first thought is, how do I make it functional? And that's what I would do. So yes, you could think of it as immoral or moral. I think If it stays a thought, oh, now I'm thinking of another episode of Star Trek. Hang on. Thought. I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Star Trek Voyager. It's a episode called Random Thoughts. Random Thoughts in Star Trek Voyager. This episode answers hypotheticals about that thing, where what if you had an immoral thought, as in you're happy to see someone suffer because they're a rotten person? Well, in this episode, the theoretical thing was the planet that they visited had a technology that allow people to see their thoughts. And in this planet, there are such things as thought crimes. Thought crimes. So in order to remove bad people, they the tagline is, if you had this technology to see thought crimes, you also have the technology to remove that. And basically, is that moral, ethical? Is it not moral? Is it immoral to have bad thoughts while also not acting on them? Or is it moral to not have the thought at all? Or is it immoral or unethical to remove those thoughts? Because if you don't have those thoughts, you can't have awareness of the relative aspect. So what I mean by that is, if you know your thoughts may be immoral, doesn't that mean you know what the aspects of morality? Because if you remove those thoughts, how would you know what is moral or immoral? Like, to me, the way you ask that question would suggest that whoever that person is has a perception of what morals are. Because it's different. Immoral is different from amoral. As in, without morals. Like, you can't comprehend morality. Immoral would suggest that person is amoral neutral. It's amoral neutral. You could kind of see that, I suppose. Or it's more like not thinking about it. So oftentimes amorality, if you're an amoral person, typically you don't concern yourself with morality. So what else would you concern yourself with? Objectivity. A robot that has fixed rules will act on the rules regardless if it's moral or not. So when you're thinking about something that is immoral or moral, feeling bad or good, that kind of screams to me like that person have the capacity to appreciate that. That's far more than trying to think about the other way. So in my opinion, that's a silver lining. I'm not answering the question, obviously. Like I'm reflecting around the question because I don't really have an answer for it. It's one of those things that deal with human perception. But the episode in Star Trek addresses thought crimes. Is there a way you can? I don't know. It's part of Paramount Plus. Star Trek is a Paramount production. So, and I also can't really suggest any of that here, even if I do know. But it is part of Paramount. Do you think imagining and visualizing your thought of what the content in the book would look like is the main part to immersion in books? No. I don't think so. For myself, not really. Not the main part. I wasn't necessarily imagining or visualizing my thoughts in the book.
I was lost in that person's tale. So I wasn't commanding necessarily my imagination and visualization. However, oh wait, you know what? You said is the main part. So do you think imagining my thoughts? I wasn't imagining my thoughts, but I would say yes, it's one of the main parts of immersion in a book is imagining and visualizing the thoughts that are trying to be conveyed in the book. So I get lost in people's stories. I don't get lost in what I think of the people's stories. Immersion is when you get lost in someone else's story. Um, I usually am not immersed because I imagine and visualize what my thoughts are while reading a story. So that's how I define immersion. If I get swept, I get caught up in someone else's story and I forget who I was. Like I don't keep thinking, oh wait, but if it was me, I would think of it this way. If it was me, oh that's interesting. So if I'm Chinese American and these people are American, like that's when I get imagine my and visualize my own thoughts when it comes to the content of the book. I'm in the fourth wall. I'm behind the fourth wall. I see these people and I'm thinking about the ramifications of their actions. That is less immersion for me. So most of the time, if someone's able to sweep me off my feet, is that I'm going along the ride. I like believe everything this person says. Like, tell me more. Like, I don't care what's happening around me. That's what I meant by it was a little dangerous because I was also driving. So I do have to worry about that a little bit. But I was the one that has thought of that happening and the idea of that being this is what you get for bullying me idea, but logically I realized that's often no matter how bad a person is, they are nearly always going to have loved ones that will get undeserved pain and grief from it. Yes. Yeah, so I don't know where you would want to watch Star Trek, but I'm sure there are ways, roll call. I love Star Trek, so I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna spin this. I'm incredibly biased to Star Trek. Like whenever we talk about philosophy, the human condition, some sort of science fiction or hypothetical, there's gonna be an episode of Star Trek. That Star Trek is still running, by the way. So Star Trek, there's a new generation of Star Trek shows now. All the ones that I've talked about was the previous generation. Now Star Trek New Strange New World and the cartoon series like Lower Decks and all that, they still exist. Or computer generated ones like Star Trek Prodigy. I've been watching those now. And you sometimes it kind of get a little samey, largely because now it's a new generation, so they're kind of taking and doing new perspective spins for the newer generation audience on concepts of the older ones. I think if that thought is constantly happening, you might want to talk to someone about it and figure out what the issue is. Oh no, I don't really think about the person much at all anymore, as I try to just put them out of my mind to move on from it. Yeah. I mean, granted, I have people that I wouldn't wish harm to per se, but I probably wouldn't help if they needed it from me. Fair enough. Star Trek has a lot of very nuanced episodes. Ooh, yes indeedy. And it's also very, very long. So, that can be a bane. It can be a bane or a boon. You do not run out of Star Trek content. And even if you say you watch all of Star Trek, it is so difficult to remember that amount. I think hear me out. This is going to be such a wild apples and orange comparison. I think you are more likely to become fluent in Japanese than memorizing all of the Star Trek content. don't challenge me. I'm just being pedantic. I needed to relate back to Japanese, so that I can complete this lesson. And ladies and gentlemen, that's my segue back to I need to get these reviews complete today. Anyways. Okay, so you don't actively have an image in your head of the sciences in the book? No, not when I'm immersed. Not when I'm immersed. But it doesn't happen very often. You almost didn't recognize Ichiji? Ichiji in Hira? Oh, yeah. It's happening, Blair. It's happening. You've heard the original series versus generation debate? Yeah, next gen. Yeah, original series versus next gen. I need to get to bed. You got distracted by. Yeah, no worries. I was gonna entertain your conversation until you need to go to bed. I thought you need to go to bed like 2 hours ago. I'm just saying. Okay. There's plenty of time. There's ironically, what does that even mean? Well, there's plenty of time. There are other opportunities. We can talk about Gecko, and you seem to be like the most consistent at this point. I don't know how I'm gonna juggle language learning at this point. Might as well turn this into a I don't know, chat, just chatting content at this point. All right, I won't keep you from your sleep, and I will finish what I have planned today. Thank you for all the wow questions. If I could watch Star Trek with people like in this format, I would do that. I think I would do that. Just do that. Like, hey, let's just sit down and talk about Star Trek episode, OG episode 1, guys. And remember, for Star Trek Day tomorrow, next week on Thursday, we will be going over and analyzing episode 2 of season 4 or something like that. I don't know. That's a wild thought. Just chatting with language sprinkled in. Yeah, I know. Do you want some language learning with the just chatting? Yeah, you needed to go to bed for a while. Yeah. And you need to get back to I need. All right. Deal, Procol. I'm gonna get back to doing my reviews, and then you can rest well. Hopefully, you have enough rest for your game, your football game tomorrow. Yeah, take care. In a few days. Good luck. Good luck. I would love to hear about it. Write something down. Like, make sure, give me some details. Use some emotional words. I would love to hear about your experience and how it deep. It sounds like a really fantastic occasion. So have the best. Enjoy. All right, let's get back to this. What did they want again? I messed this up twice now. The month before last? Okay. Yeah, I'm changing this. I disagree with this. The month before is acceptable. Yeah, the month before. Like, you have all the permutations except the word last. Yeah, the month before. That's why I got it marked wrong. The month before. Yeah, I love to hear some notes. You give me the juicy bits of your game. Okay. What's the mnemonic for this? Oh, wait. It's this, right? It's this, but I don't remember the mnemonic for this. Pretty sure it's this. Maybe it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding. I guess I learned it yesterday, but I totally forgot. All right. What Let's try to think about this. So, did they relate it to being pious at all? So if you want to be humble, right? If you want to say something humbly, a complete blank. Yeah, these mnemonic. I need to do something about this vocabulary. We're probably gonna end up using wiki stats, as Gecko suggested. I think this is way too weak, the way they're doing it. Yeah, why is the practice lessons giving things in Hira that I know are? Yeah, that's gonna happen for the rest of where I am. It still happens. Blair. like for me, it's one of those things. Like I actually try, like in the practice lessons, I write out the kanji. That's how I take advantage of the practice lessons. So whenever I do personalized practice on day 3 of the unit, I would ask myself, okay, so what is the kanji? So I write the kanji on top. Reading in Hira really does take longer, and I'm enjoying knowing some kanji at least. Yeah, yeah. So that's how I compensated for the third day. The third day is usually shorter because the next lesson set you have is a fewer lessons. So on the practice, not personalized practice, I'm like, do I remember this kanji? At least I should write the kanji at least once, and I write it on top or somewhere. And that's what I started doing in order for the personalized practice to sit in. Yeah. It's definitely even more noticeable, at least I think, when they switch over to all kanji. So, like or natural reading. When you get to unit 37, then all the personalized practice still have all the hiragana. So then it becomes like, oh no, personalized practice is coming up. How much kanji do I actually know right now? That's kind of how I take the personalized practice, and it becomes even more startling. And right now, I'm basically drawing a blank on this. Yeah, you're getting close. Okay, yeah, 37. It's gonna be wild, and I want to hear what your thoughts are and how you go about it. Right. I don't know what this is. We're gonna say, let's just guess something. Um, it says, is it uni? It's probably uni. I swear, if it's heckin' uni. Oh, okay. I was about to say. Oh wait. Oh, it's just Motsu. That's why I don't remember it. There isn't a mnemonic to. I don't want to talk about it. We're still working through some growing pains here. How I'm going about this isn't working very well right now. Oops. I would like Twitch to stop interrupting my screen to try turbo, I swear. um Hmm. How does how do you take the treasure into something else? It's like I don't really know. Oh my goodness. Ah, dude. Yeah, I am fighting. I'm fighting so hard against Ko's approach. Yeah, it's a near rhyme. I think remembering the mnemonics like this is reminds me of everything that I'm deficient at when it comes to katakana. Like ego, ego and katakana. Like I don't it's so I avoid I should get more practice in this. Like I don't think of words sounding like Japanese. So gee, it's kind of like reading katakana. Okay. Only I'm arguably even worse in English. Like tackler, you know, tackler and takada. Uh takada. I don't even know what a tackler is. Oh, they're referring to a person who's tackling something. Oh, a tackler guarding it. That's weird. So then he tackles. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna have to think of guard. Remember this. Who even says it like that? This is growing pains. I'll get used to it. Like I'm thinking of trying to think of inventive ways of getting more used to this. See that now I don't know what Mazu is. Like how did they go with Mazu? What was the mnemonic for Mazu? At this point, my rote memory is more reliable at the moment. I'm so out of my depth right now. Uh, so and because of that, I'm not even. Oh wait, your I I don't know. Maze. Oh my. That happened to me yesterday too. And the only reason I know it's Mazu is because I already know it's Mazu. Dang. First you start, you have to go through the maze. Mazu, maze. You might be thinking, why am I complaining? Why I'm being a little bit more emotional? Usually that helps for me personally. When I get more flustered and it helps me remember the ones like heckin' maze and heckin' tackler. Come on, man. I'm not complaining, but I am. 晚上好，晚上好，早。今天一 Oh no, something 都好吗？Yeah, 很好，很好。我是很好。你呢？ We talked about Star Trek today. It's a good day. 我觉得很好。Oh, okay. I just write 2001. Okay. Son of a, I already forgot what this is. Does coming up with your own mnemonics break the purpose of WaniKani or Hanzahiro? No, I don't think so. I think it is a great way to adapt a learning experience and intuitively learning that you can do it yourself. And as a consequence of using WaniKani, I think sometimes tools, one forget that you can also learn to do what the tool can do. And that's fantastic. 还可以，但 something 的有电感冒。Oh, I'm sorry that you're that I hope you get well soon. Or I hope it doesn't turn into something bad, right? Get well soon. Get well soon. Have a little bit of a cough. That's yeah, so I think that's great that you're applying that's what I'm gonna do too. I make my own mnemonics when the mnemonics doesn't work. Right. Or try to learn the way they're trying to learn, but I kind of do both. Compensate or something. Because I've already forgotten what the heck this is. Oh wait, it's asking for the meaning. Just kidding. That's fine. It's asking for the meaning. Because I already forgot the mnemonic for the read. Boy. Is this still the same? Yes. No! Alright, okay. What was I how was I angry about this, right? Not tackler, right? Or is it tackler? No, it's not. It's say. How does this even heckin' relate to saying oh wait. No. What? Wait, is this the one that I typed usu, right? Because I thought it was uni, but it's not. Oh, because this doesn't have a mnemonic. Oh my goodness. I the struggles are real. And we're going to figure out how to negotiate this. Because this doesn't have a mnemonic. Confirmation bias. Sorry guys. I know. Today is all about confirmation bias at this point. Jeez. Tackler. Don't you tack me. Don't you tackle me, tackler. Okay. Oh, jeez. I'm having too much fun. Too much fun. What do they want for this one? Oh, hiya! I think. Isn't this what the hiya chopping thing? Yeah. You chop him fast. This one's good. I like this one. The Haya one was pretty good. In the quiz section, it asks about things that were involved in their mnemonics, though, right? I am just starting to use these kind of tools. Oh, in the quiz section, yes. What they do is they show you all of this, and then you do the quiz. Yeah, these are reviews for now. So yeah, I was supposed to remember all of this. Um, I'm right now. The one thing that I am not doing very well is because I didn't start from zero. So I had this crutch, right? This crutch is, I know this is hayai already. So I use hayai to remember the mnemonic, right? So that's backwards. So what happened up to this point is the majority of the time I wasn't using the tool for its intended purpose. So now I'm finally getting to a point where I anticipated this to happen because I kept saying to myself, yeah, I can't help but think about the read and then try to think about the mnemonic. And now it's creating a problem too, which is not a problem of the tool. It's more about me where I look for a mnemonic when there isn't one as well. So so I'm starting today, or starting yesterday technically, I'm trying to think in the other direction because I haven't been doing it that way. The next tool that I'm using, Hanzahiro, is a different story. Hanzahiro deliberately forces, almost obligates me to learn their mnemonic structure in order to use it to remember the words I already know. So I actually use it to correct my tones. And so then Hanzahiro is like 1/4 of the time. So right now I'm like trying to trying to play along because I like it. It's challenging. Uh, it'll go a long ways to getting me to remember something. Right now, I don't have something that's working really well right now, though. So, like, how did they connect, like, name, person? Experts have May genes, I think. That was the mnemonic. Yes. All experts have genes for the month of May because, you know, May is the cool month, right? I don't own genes. So I'm not an expert. Don't quote me on that. See, this one came really quick, and I actually used a mnemonic for this one because I already have the mnemonic. Like, I already have this mnemonic, so it became automatic. Immediately, I thought of a sock. By sheer coincidence, soku. Soku was my first pronunciation of this word in Duolingo Japanese. So in order for me to remember soku, I had to remember like, oh, it's foot, so it has something to do with a sock, and soku kind of sounds like a sock. So immediately, every time I hear this, I say soku, but my brain shows a sock. And then when I see a sock, I see a foot in it, so it's foot. And that's kind of the forward direction. And it does, you know, mnemonics do work. I clearly am really terrible now at using mnemonics of things I already know. And that's kind of reasonable. That's kind of where you want to go. So in the beginning, like silver linings, you know? I think you should be considering yourself lucky because all new to you. Yeah. And then in the future, if you ever want to like review, if you if you wanted to review other things, right? Um, it can be really interesting. I'm not concerned about if I know these words or not right now because it's nice to become fluent in Japanese or grow and stuff, but I'm kind of using it for the experience. I like to see how it interacts, and the way I go about extracting, how I have to try to extract information from Duolingo, it's kind of making this really funny. Like, I know it can sound frustrating, but I'm not trying. I hope I'm not giving the people the impression that this is like annoying or irritating. I actually think it's really funny that I have to overcome something that isn't WaniKani's fault, of course. Trying to think how I can get myself to use the mnemonic to get to the read instead of the other way around. This one is natural though. It just lines up with me. A lot of the stuff that comes really quickly, I like this one. It's the same, by coincidence, this one is the same mnemonic too. So, I don't know. Your brain works really, people's brain works in funny ways. Funny ways. Like, I cheated on this too. Just now. I'm like, shonen, the mnemonic I'm supposed to remember is a few years. And someone who has few years could be a boy. And since we already know a girl, this is a boy. But I heard shonen, and shonen is boy. That's it. That's the end of my thought. Like, when someone gives me recommends a shonen anime, it's a shonen anime. Like, there's no process involved in picking up the mnemonic anymore. so it's giving me like weird vibes. There are words that are like instant. I'm like, there's no other word this could be. I don't even know what the mnemonic is, and that's kind of the process that you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to use a mnemonic, get the thing, and it becomes salient to the point where you're no longer being confused by needing to juggle any more mnemonics. Then the mnemonics set aside, and then you can liberate that and go and work on other things you have trouble remembering by inventing and creating new mnemonics. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here and I'm like saying, what the heck is the mnemonic of this? Even though I typed the answer already. Yeah. Like, I already know this is shonen, but I don't know why it's shonen. This is probably no mnemonic because it's onyomi. And I know that sho is like, for example, sho is the onyomi for sho on the left, and nen is the onyomi for the right. So this one doesn't have a mnemonic. There's no mnemonic for this one. So I would sit here, I'm like, huh. Here's a fun thing though. You can still create mnemonics of your own when there isn't a mnemonic. And that to me is what I say, does coming up with your own break the purpose of WaniKani? I don't think so. I think one of the greatest things about learning to learn is to learn things you can do in the process. So in the future, when you stop using WaniKani or stop using other tools like this, you can use your own mnemonics. So when I'm using Duolingo, I'm creating my own mnemonics. In fact, I have this thing called a construct, which I relate all the things into one narrative. So like the whole units, like 30 vocabularies, is summarized in one flowchart, right? And that serves as my mnemonic. So the cool thing is I'm doing this to test if I can even do this well or not. And clearly I can't, like at the moment, but it'll probably be better as I continue to use the product. And it can be a way of doing things. So, perfect example. I think, in my opinion, it's weird. It's weirder to not think that is one of the purpose of a tool. Well, it's not like they are going to introduce every kanji. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you can choose, you can take the skill with you, right? I know that in this day and age, the idea is why practice a skill when a tool can do it for you, right? And that's fine. That is a way you can do it. You can hope that in every situation, in any situation, the tools will be standardized so that it always do these things for you, so you never have to learn how to do it yourself. That's perfectly fine. I'm sure where there's a will, there's a person selling you a tool to do that. However, it's also nice if you intuit it and or analytically extracted that learning method and you can take it with you. I think school is kind of what that was intending to do. Like, you go through middle school, you go through high school, you start developing your own strategies. You take a little bit from column A and it's trial and error, right? Things that don't work, you toss it out. Things that you and into adulthood, that's less and less useful anymore, largely because you have built enough learning strategies and learning methods that you rather invest your time in those things. Acquiring new ones is like kind of trying to reinvent the wheel for a purpose. However, you can leave some time, like 5% of your time, maybe 10% of your time. I usually allocate all my time because I don't work. However, if I was working, I would dedicate like 5 to 10% of my time exploring other methods. They might not be better methods. They might not be even efficient. The idea is I'm choosing to do it, so it keeps my mind fresh on how to analyze the efficacy of new techniques and where my problems are. So using this, I'm smiling and I'm laughing about and thinking about how I'm gonna troubleshoot, so to speak. This is because I'm choosing to do this. No one is forcing me to do this. I don't need to do this well. The product itself doesn't have to be efficient because I'm doing something that I don't typically do anymore, and it shows. So, is that a waste of time? To me, the answer is no. To a lot of people, yes, if they need to get progress in Japanese, right? This would be a waste of time when it comes to the progress of Japanese. However, I'm doing this because I want to see how well I adjust to different learning strategies, largely because this keeps me young. It keeps me on my toes, right? Reinventing the wheel might not seem as interesting to someone who needs to get somewhere, but the act of reinventing that wheel is a different type of skill. It's a skill of extracting skills. It's a skill of observing what could go wrong and what could go right and how you would go around to make it work, right? So I'm not looking for the best, and I hope I'm not telling anyone and giving them the impression that WaniKani is the best tool ever. I don't even say that about Duolingo, yet people accuse me of that. I'm smiling, having fun, and analyzing my interactions with it. If I do want to get significant progress in Japanese, well, it kind of starts by not constantly trying to reinvent the wheel, right, in methods. So if someone accused me of not learning Japanese very quickly, I concede, right? And like, that is the concession. It's not like these are new characters for me. These are not new characters for me. They're characters presented in a different way for me. So before I have to say anything, my ultimate goal is not necessarily to become fluent in Japanese. It's to learn Japanese, but while also exploring how to learn differently. So some people don't like the way Duolingo teaches you. So now I'm on WaniKani, right? Lots of people use WaniKani through my experience with Duolingo. And in the future, for Chinese, I'm going to use LLMs. So that's a little like April, May-ish project that's going to start, where I use Chinese to use LLMs like ChatGPT or something, whatever is like readily available. I'm gonna have to shop and then try to use that and see how to like make it work, because this is a learning channel, not necessarily a expert channel. Like I'm hopefully I'm communicating that if you're struggling to learn something and you're finding different solutions, I think that's the point. So it's lovely to hear that other people do that, and I hope in the future it's not like a bad thing. Where like, hey, do you know, I like this product. I'll continue using this product, but here are the things that I don't use from the product, but I make it work because I have strategies too. So you bring it in, right? And then the next level thing would be, how do you leverage the thing you don't use and turn it into something useful? If their mnemonics don't work, currently what I'm doing right now is, if Ko's mnemonic doesn't work, I use Ko's mnemonic to build a new mnemonic on top of that incorporates Ko's ideas. So I use shorthand, like Duolingo doesn't have shorthand as well. So his mnemonics, I turn it into a mnemonic into my shape of mnemonic. So then it would be a combination of Ko's ideas and my ideas put together. And that's the creative challenge. So how do I do that? Also, since I use Hanzahiro, it's like this. Hanzahiro's mnemonics are like this. They both have radicals and components that are the same but different. The same but different. So I have to unify them. So the challenge now is, as my components keep increasing, my radicals keep increasing, there are two separate words. Like, for example, well, this is not a good example because it's car for both. Both of them use label this as car. But for example, this radical, that's king for WaniKani, but it's scepter for Hanzahiro. However, in the mnemonic scepter, he talks about a king. So I actually added king as a synonym for scepter, because if I understand how Kevin, the developer of Hanzahiro in the Chinese side of things, will use scepter, it can lightly infer a king and a scepter in the same place. So what happens is I still continue to call this character scepter in Hanzahiro, but on the off chance that I type king, forgetting that I'm not on WaniKani, I can unify their mnemonics. A king has a scepter, right? And that's a pretty reasonable one. I think something like I'm trying to think of a one that is like really, really far apart. So this is life, okay? Life in WaniKani. It's alien in Hanzahiro. So how do I connect life to alien? So the first character that Hanzahiro used is to introduce life. So this still means life in Chinese. A character of this is still life. But they chose alien to make it more like... I still haven't really actually figured out why they chose alien. So the mnemonic for this is Shrek. Shrek is outside. Shrek is outside the English manor, where he discovered an alien that he thought was dead, and it suddenly comes alive. Come to life. And that is the first introduction of this character, so as a kanji, or as a hanzi. And that in itself still connects back to life in WaniKani. So one extra step, but over. Now you might be thinking, well, isn't that just extra things you need to remember? It's like when I look at it, it's easier to remember because I have more things that remind me of what it means. Right? So if you're making up your own mnemonic, some days down the road, you're going to have two things that can remind you of one thing. So if you don't, maybe one day you're like, oh, you forgot what your mnemonic is, and then you somehow, you read it and you're like, oh yeah, I remember this one. It's like, that's great. You have two ways to remember one thing. They get connected after a while. Or you can do what I like to do a lot of times and connect them intentionally. So then what happens is you get introduced to, you're forced to be more creative in how to connect all of them. So that's kind of the thing. Another thing. Doubling the chances of remembering, yeah. Finally, your Anki is over, 2 hours and 17 minutes. You're a bit tired now. Job well done, Churn. Job well done. I have not completed my lessons yet. Yeah. So I call it, yeah. The more you're putting more effort in, right, Maro? You're putting more effort. So when someone provides you with something and you're also providing more effort, it's extra. You're doing more. And I think when it comes to like thinking about what's the purpose or not, you're making the efforts, and it will, in my opinion, most of the time, like 90% sure, it will pay off regardless of how you go about it, right? Inspiration is what I would use the word. The word is inspiration. If a tool is inspiring you to do what the tool already does, that is a upper level cognitive development. It's understanding something fundamental about the thing you're using. So now you're capable of doing it unaided. You don't need to be aided by something that provides it. Kind of like using your imagination when you need to create a scene. You could go to an AI generator and provide the scene for you, and then use that scene as inspiration to create your own scene. Or at some point when you're so inspired, you no longer need something, you have it with you. And creating your own mnemonics, that is a very excellent skill to have. An incredibly excellent skill that is less and less appreciated now, largely due to automation. So I use someone asked me, do I find mnemonics useful, because I've been using WaniKani and Hanzahiro. And I think the quickest way to answer this oftentimes is I don't know when I'm not using a mnemonic. So like to remember details about churn, jiao, Arfa, like gecko, Blair, I don't know when I'm not using a mnemonic to remember things. Like I associate things together. Like Blair is a network of various topics put together. So the when I was connecting alien to life is how I connect most of the ideas, like profiles and things, to remember people's like Twitch handles and YouTube handles to other things. That's how I do it most of the time. One of the funny things is when you get to like things like this and you're trying to think like someone else, that's when it becomes a little challenging. And I love that. I like playing video games because of that. In fact, I like video games where I don't have the choice to be myself. What are those video games look like? Puzzle games. Puzzle games would be a great one. So they change the rules on you and you have to play by their rules, right? So once you finish playing by their rules, you internalize their rules and it's forever with you. Now you move on to the next game, but that the puzzle rules and the way it caused you to think a certain way stays with you. It might even mature and change into something else. So it's not a big coincidence that people see far more creative process when they're doing creative process activities. So 5%, 5%, 10%. You have, if you had like 3 hours of free time, 15 minutes, 20 minutes doing something like creative can really go a long ways to like being like, nah, I got this. Like, I don't know if this product's gonna work, but you know what? In the end of the day, I'm gonna make it work. Because sometime you stop and think, how does the word works, and it doesn't make sense, and then ask people, and then sometimes also you're curious what the word similarity. So Google also takes time. Yeah, yeah. Use all of it. Use internalize. It's a really great example. Sorry, Maro, I'm putting you on the spot, Maro, but I love when people say, and you shouldn't feel bad about it, that you're doing something on your own that supersedes or overlaps with the tool. That, in my opinion, is far more an indicator of someone who's a learner first, and not necessarily a um, proficiency person. So, like, one can learn a lot about learning in the process of learning the thing that they want. So, um, that's the argument for language learning. One of the biggest proponents, like factors about adding a secondary language into curriculum, like for growing children, right? Growing adults, is that they will re-evaluate and discover again the learning process. Like, if learning a language is very difficult, you hope, ideally, that the difficulty leads to problem solving that allows you to develop your own methods, whether by using other tools and then grabbing inspiration from them, or coming up with your own ideas to solve the problem yourself. And that is definitely one of them. If you're starting to do it on your own, that is a job well done. It's a foundational type of thing when it comes to learning. So whenever someone asks me, "Do you think learning another target language is valuable?" What you said about creating your own mnemonics, that's the value. Now, others might focus solely on, oh, do you mean like using the literal Japanese to talk to other Japanese people? That's um also part of the equation. For myself, it doesn't have to be that, right? So if I'm still unable to fluently talk to a Japanese person, that's extra because my priorities are about learning. So, and then maybe everything's extra. You could argue that, well, I don't need to learn Japanese. I can still watch anime with English subtitles. So it can be very reductive in that way. In the long run, doing something challenging, and then you're coming up with your own ideas and whatnot. Creativity is the epiphany. It's the height of human intellectual application, in my opinion. A little biased, but being able to do it yourself is pretty much the height, in my opinion. It takes the most effort and investment, and it takes a while, right? And now I keep typing ch. Sorry, I'm typing ch as in ch, as in the Chinese for car. Uh, sha. Don't forget the rendaku. There's no mnemonic for rendaku. I've learned now. I swear this just doesn't have a mnemonic for it, right? Yeah, I don't think this has a mnemonic. It's just onyomi. Yeah. Jeez. Okay.
What else would they take? Fast, quick, early. Okay. Okay, I got this. It's a leader, right? Chilling on a tree. But the tree is a cucumber tree. I know. Anna fell down the hole. I think Procom mentioned something about cannabis, and my mnemonic for this is cannabis. It's plants, and that's how I get K. And here, let me illustrate this. I know the mnemonic. I know Ko's mnemonic for this because I know my mnemonic for this. Isn't that great? The human mind is so wonderful. So I had trouble remembering Ko's mnemonic for this. The Ko's mnemonic is it's a furry kettle. So the kettle is unusually furry, so it keeps the liquid warm, right? The thing that you have in the kettle warm. So ke in kettle. However, I had trouble remembering that. So instead, right? Instead, I thought about, okay, so what was the previous mnemonic for this? The previous mnemonic for this character, for its kanji, is mowing. Because there's a lot of fur growing, like grass grows like fur, and you mow it, right? Grass is being mowed. So it's mow, right? Right. So I'm thinking, how do I connect ke, something that is ke, to the grass? And I thought about cannabis. Cannabis, right? Cannabis. So now I unified the mnemonic of the two reads into plants. So it's either mo or ke. Mo in grass and cannabis. So cannabis. And even though I didn't say I was gonna remember kettle, I still remember kettle because I know ke, and ke sounds like kettle. Yeah, so you end up remembering things that you may not also want to remember at some point. So, these interactions are a lot of fun. Okay. Okay. So this one, woo, I got triggered yesterday, but I'm okay now. I'm okay because I was triggered. So ito, ito is for eat, but in the mnemonic it goes between eat and eats, and ko has itsu. Itsu associate with eating too. So I typed itsu a couple times for ito. And now because I know that this is happening, I'm more hyper aware that it's either ito or itsu. And in the future, I will probably end up creating a differentiation between how one is ito versus itsu. Because when you think of near rhymes, you eat something can sound like itsu as opposed to ito. And when you even say eat, it can still be eats as opposed to ito. So I'm like, ugh. But it's fine now. It's fine now. uh, Oops.
No mnemonic. Right? Yeah. This one was pretty good. I like this mnemonic. It kind of reminds me of the Power Rangers. So, you know, if you're a Power Ranger, you want to save the world, you use your saber to save the world. Or protect the next generation, right? So world and generation are the... So that one was like, whew, I'm on board. Oh, this one is like, ugh. Although I was really like channeling my emotions, so I'm okay with this one now. Myoji, right? You want myo people to have your ji, right? Your myoji. The more widespread you are, the myo people with your myoji, the more famous it is, right? Myoji. More, and more. Surname. Okay. Why do I keep writing? Oh. I don't remember what this... Oh! Yeah, so here, this is a great way to talk about Chinese. Chinese is ta, so it can only be ta. However, because I know ta, right? I know ta. I also know this is referring to the other Hako leader. So that's the mnemonic for this. It's the other Go leader, right? Even though it wasn't his mnemonic, so. This one was pretty good. I used Stardew Valley for this. The reason why I use Stardew Valley is one of your main goals is to restore the village center. The meaning of this character is introduced as village, and the context is when you rebuild the village, or when you build the village, you want to build a mural, mura, right? Mura. In Stardew Valley, you actually quite literally do that, and the village center has murals and paintings on the wall of its village center. So extra mnemonic on top of the existing mnemonic, right? So I don't have to remember the murals of a village because I can imagine Stardew Valley's village center. Those little cute little bobbling things, write and draw everywhere on the center. Okay. The wait. It's the Centaur Day, but what does the Centaur Day have to oh, no. Yes, the other day. Not yesterday, but the other day. That it wasn't a really great mnemonic for that one. It's fine. I actually think of Genji here. Not Genji, the classical whatever they're referring to, but I think of Genji. The description they had was like of someone who's very charismatic and very influential. I immediately thought of Overwatch. So that's the Genji that I'm thinking of. This. And to make it even more of a meme related thing, Genji is a source of all toxicity. It's a source of the majority of toxicity, along with Hanzo. But Genji is one of the source of toxicities in early Overwatch. So, why do I say source? It's the origin of many of Overwatch's toxicity. But it all starts with Genji. And that's a permutation on Ko's mnemonic for this. They use the tales of Genji. The origin of everything can be found in Genji. Right? So a little bit of a turn the mnemonic a little bit slightly on the side. Lateral movement. I haven't had this much fun in a while. Usually I try to like be a little quicker, but I think we're kind of just in deep now. After all the digressions today. Sen? Ne? Huh? Oh, wait. Is this the... That doesn't sound right. Oh. I don't remember what the mnemonic is for this. Right? Oh yeah, two centaurs. Two centaurs. Yeah. Oh gee. Oh. Like gee, two centaurs? Is that what it was? Yeah, centaurs. Gee, two of them. Oh my gosh, this one's a little rough. That one, that's rough. Ooh. Centaurs I have a trouble with. Whenever they do brings in centaurs. And then every time it's G, it's this G and cheese. Sometimes cheese and cheese. And C. C can be O, two, and C. Examples. So, fix a little bit. I'm analyzing you, Ko. I gotta download Ko's algorithm somehow. You know? Oh, this one gets me. I paused because it is not for this, but for whatever reason, Hanzahiro ended up choosing don't, which I typically associate with not. But if I put don't here, that's probably going to be marked wrong. Actually, I'm curious. Can I do not? Oh, I can do not. Just kidding. So Hanzahiro and WaniKani are together on this one. Wait. Oh no, just kidding. Don't. I got it backwards. Don't. Don't is what I'm looking for. Like don't. It's probably not. Like I don't think they're gonna accept don't, even though do not can trigger, but that's fine. No. Hanzahiro has I think they take not and don't at the same time. Or it might be not. I have 25 more. Okay, let's keep going. It's fine. Look at all this. Look at how long it takes me to do things. All spread out. It's chaos now. Shikunai. Okay. What was for guy? What the heck is guy is mnemonic? Oh, the fire foot. Oh my gosh, that one's hard too. The fire foot, if your foot is on fire, you run outside to put to the cool grass. But what does that have to do with a guy? Oh, and you can't see it here because it's the vocabulary, it's not the guy thing. It's fine. You know, we're fine. It's not a issue. Oh, and meaning Skosh. Skosh. I started typing in Chinese. Nope. Just kidding. Wait, is this an exception? This is an exception. This is fine, right? Yeah, yeah. Fine. Fine. Daijoubu desu. Oh no. Just kidding. Right? Yeah. Oh. Man, that blue really burns a hole in my eye. Holy heck. When it turns blue, my eye is like suddenly starts feeling fatigued. The cyan color. Ooh, it's so bright. I mean, admittedly, most of these probably have the same whiteness concentration. You're going... How does this work? You're going in a direction. Hanzuhiro, get out! Oh my gosh. Freaking Hanzuhiro, get out of here. I mean, all I got is this, but... Oh, no. Just kidding. The direction is always home. Ah. I'm not looking for ya. I'm looking for uh the heck? I spent so much time focus firing on ya that I totally forgot about the It's like a big no, that's not. Is that really? No, I don't think this. Arrow? Eesh. They didn't break up the component, right? It's not like a gun, a big gun. Oh, it could be a big gun. Man, I so need more vocabulary words that use this character. Yeah, because it's not. Oh, it is yeah. That's why I don't have a mnemonic for it. Wait, hold up. What's the mnemonic? Yeah, it was Yankee. But oh, I guess I'm thinking the vocabulary word had a different mnemonic. Oh, it didn't. Uh, lack of mnemonic word, lack of mnemonic strikes again. Oh, yeah. 3 lessons. Oh, I think we have vocabulary. Oh, and oh yeah, that kanji, right. We completed what? Umbrella? Yes. Jewel. Okay, treasure stone. Oh, that's good. Treasure stone. I'm okay with that. We won't need the okay. So I have to think of a new way to do this, right? So do I have to worry about treasure stone? No. Reading. It's onyomi. So we have seki, and son of a bee sting. So hole. What? Yeah, hole. So what was a hole? Oh right, that's the onyomi read, right? Hole seki. Hole seki.
宝石
Yeah. Hole
宝
seki.
石
Okay. Am I okay with hole seki? I am. これは母の大切な宝石です。このネックレス、小さい宝石が、ついてて、かわいいよ。宝石が好きな男ですか？それが何か？ Interesting. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Interesting. What do you get if you lend a spirit your umbrella? Thanks, of course, especially if it's... Oh, I was just about to say that! I was just about to talk about Totoro. I was like, spirit and thanks. The immediate thing I can think about is the scene with I even drew the scene for one of them. Oh wait, he's actually holding, but it's like a I can't draw with the mouse, but yes, I was like, it's got to be Totoro. Totoro would be the spirit of the forest. Nice. We don't have to worry about this. Thanks in Totoro. So when you receive thanks, you open up and there's a ray gun inside. Oh, come on. Day. Thanks for the new ray gun, Totoro. A ray gun. Totoro giving you a ray gun. That's gonna be tough. Ore. Oh, ore. Oh, I think I'm familiar with this one. Shitsu. That left side is Shitsu? Oh yeah, Shitsu. Shitsure. Yeah. I didn't get that character yet. June Day. Alright, stone is stone. What is this? It's either Iwa? Isha? Who's something like that? Ishi. Dang it. Ishi. You pick up a stone, you threw it out a window. Huh, that was surprisingly Ishi. I'm gonna have a problem with this tomorrow. Ishi. Do it again, throw the stone again. It's so easy, just do it. Okay, breaking windows is easy with a stone, right? You can break windows easily with a stone. It's easy to break windows with stones. Okay, okay.
石
Ishi.
石
Oh no, that's kind of a problem. Was I thinking about Iwa? Yes, I was thinking over Iwa. Or rock and boulder, something bigger. I think. Okay, so easy to break windows with a stone, right? It's ishi to break a window with stone. Totoro gives thanks to you by giving you a ray gun. And the treasure stones are jewels, right? And then it's onyomi. There's no special rules. So Hoseki. Okay. A bit off. Come on, plural. Oh, it's gonna type shit. Yeah. Nice. We're finally done. We talked so much. Like Gecko, man, Gecko and Procall. They're gonna it's gonna be hard to keep up with the conversations. So what? We're T minus 3 days away from the level up. The good news is, or is it a bad news or good news? Yeah, we cleared our Duolingo schedule now, so all right, it's not too bad. What were my repeated things? Okay, so let's go over what we've been doing to solidify some of this stuff. I think I'm gonna push my PSO2 thing. Dang it, I really want to play. Yeah, we're gonna play PSO2. I gotta do it anyways, so we'll see. Oh, too much yap. All substance and no work. All substance and no work. Okay. So we have man measurements, origin, whole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, car, shellfish, foot, knot, ne? Yes, ne. Samurai, rice, loiter, bed, pea, pie. I saw pie in my head and I pronounced it P because of Chinese. Okay. Anyways, cliff, master, umbrella, beggars, horns, and spikes. All right. So now let's write the we're gonna write the monics, right? The monics of this, and say the read. Well, let's write the monics first. Read and monics. We'll do it in serial. So, the monics is going to be about the read unless otherwise. I think the definition is pretty locked in most of the time. We'll focused on the read, the keyword that gives us the read. So, Genji, Ana, Ana, Saber, Saber. Shoot. Oh. Ne? Taco. Taco. Shaman. Kyoto. Grandfather go. Around the head. This was actually king. King. Starting to get a feel for it. Hey. Dad. Quarry. Mowing. Sarah. Ray gun. Ray. Cucumber. Centaur. May. Nendroid. Nendoroid. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna have to do our review on a different layout. Kind of tough. Soul. Key. Goofy. Take. Eat. Mimi. Mushy. Mural. Dawn. Cho. Hannah. Hannah. How you spell Hannah? Me. Kayak. AKA. Sock. Shaman. Fool. Sheep. The heck? The heck? Sexy. Sexy. Oh wait, this is the regular one. This is the home. Okay. And I think we're gonna largely consider the wiki stats in the future. I think we have to move over to. We'll just have to see if that works better. gotta try it because there's no display of. I still don't have a vocabulary display, right? So I'm not sure if this will remediate the vocabulary display or not, or compensate for it. Because I'm not going over vocabulary, basically. So I could just make errors in the vocabulary and see what sticks and what not. That doesn't really change up too much. Largely because it's not soft-gated based on vocabulary. So then let's do our reads. Right. So, gen, ana, se, shu, a, ka, uh-oh. Wait, yeah. Sha, kyo, and ko. Kyo, ko. Go. Go. O. He. Ga. Ori. Ori. Mo. Sara. Sara. De. Ooh, it's de? Oh, interesting. Okay. De. 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 You. Sen. Me. Nen. So. He. He. In cat. Oh, okay. Yaku. Take. Take. Ito. I'd be surprised if Ito is okay. Ito. Mimi. Mushi? Huh, mushi. Yeah, mushi. She. Oops, that's Mora. Mora works too. Mora, mushi. Dan. 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 Cho. Ana. Mi. Hai. Aka. Aka's kun, right? Aka. Soku. Soku. Sha. Bu. And bu. Shi. O. Seki. Alright. I guess let's do our due diligence, right? Origin, whole, world, master, other, copy, last. Oh, not last. Wait, yeah, last. Number, center, dry. Or not dry, flat. Hit. Or strike hit. Ice. Say humbly. Plate. Thanks. Rest. Previous. Name. Year. Early. Energy. 100. bamboo, bread, ear, insect, village, man, town, flower, sea, shellfish, red, foot, are, not, doing, uh, treasure, no, yes, treasure, stone. Okay, and then our 4 vocabulary. Huh. What was my error for this? The read? So this is still treasure. Oh, tackler. The thing that's guarding the treasure. So something is guarding the treasure. The tackler. Oh, takara. Takara. That's a good one. Wait. The heckin' pep? Um. Uh. Uh. Doesn't sit, does it? Yeah, is that doesn't sit at all. Okay. Oh, it's because they're. Oh, dang it. Because there isn't a mnemonic again. Oops. You should post hockey grinds if you do any too. Probably not, but we'll see. We'll see. Probably not in the same way that you might be thinking. There is a plan for that though. Not related to the same way. Yeah, I'll probably post them. Wait, they use week or do they use month? So this one was more about the... I added the month before. They wanted a month before last. And then Benson, right? Benson gets it. Do you use any other app like Boon Pro or similar? No. Or similar? I don't. Or similar to Boon Pro? No, I don't use something similar to Boon Pro yet. And then we have our error with this. I guess we're gonna have to come up with something for this too. I usually type first, but tip. Yeah, saw and key, not doing it. Also, I saw Mazu, but Mazu, gotta add that too. Yeah, some WaniKani mnemonics can be meant for you. If I see another Miss Cho example, it's gonna kill you. I see. That's actually the ones that I like. Love losing hearts and gaining 4 back to complete the unit test the second time with no errors. Just gotta pat yourself on the back. You gotta pat yourself on the back. I need to look at. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, maybe I can click on this and then go down. Nope. Oh, maybe I can click on this and then go. Yes. Heckin' maze. Oh my gosh. Heckin' maze. Oh, wait. That doesn't back up to the... Oh, man. That's... Ooh. Ooh. Oh, boy. Okay. Hold on. So... Oh my gosh. Navigation. Okay. So, maze. Hmm. Hmm. No, that's not good. That's not gonna link with the. Oh, I'll have to think about it. Unit 5? Getting close. Getting there. Slow but steady, player. Slow but steady. So yeah. We're gonna brainstorm about that one. I think the thing that comes straight to mind at the moment is going to be in terms of Mazu. Mazu must you. Oh no, but that's backwards. Mazu. Maze. Okay. I have to think about. I have to brainstorm about that. Nothing's really coming to mind right now. So Mazu and uh, jeez, how do you get to tip ahead? So this is reliant on Chinese. I somehow related to Xian, Xian, Xian. No, not really. So we're just gonna stick with saying Keikona. We're gonna stick first. Maybe the first day of the year. The tip, the beginning, ahead. I could do something like first 新年. No, that doesn't work. But let's just say like beginning of the year. First thing in the beginning of the year. And we're gonna do Keikona Saki. Keikona Saki. Oh wait. I wrote it actually. Keikona Saki. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit elaborate. But the tip or ahead and the first is to drink to the new year, the first days, or the year ahead. Right? Tip your drinks to the new year, ahead and first. And I'm saying saki because that's Keikona. Saki is Keikona and sake, right? Sake, but saki is saki. This is saki. So that's gonna be mazes. I don't know how to. Well, actually, oh no. Now that I think about it, First of all, we're supposed to link into. You have to go through the maze. So maybe I could think of it as one must. First of all, must you go through the maze? You must you Mazu go maze? That's tough. Nah, that's like we'll see. All right, so that's the end of WaniKani. You got frog, eggs, bones on your walk today? Frogs, eggs, and bones. What's the word for bones? Actually, what's the word for frog? Hold that thought. All right. Well, work in progress. So, I guess we'll work it this way. We got a lot of digressions in. Talked about what was it? We talked about a lot of Star Trek. So, lots of Star Trek talk today. What were some core foundations? Oh, tipping. We talk about tipping, East meets West culture things. Lots of East meets West culture things. That's where it all started. And then we thought about thought crimes, and it got a little bit philosophical again. But it all started with the perception of receiving help and whatnot, like a public decorum, lots of cultural East meets West stuff. Anyways, I know there's that one review that's there. That's fine. It was eclipsing the fine. WaniKani. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's do the one review. Oh hey, it's this one. Can I just write last? Or actually first. Kidding, not last. Wait, why is this up again? Probably because I got it wrong a couple times. Alright. Anyways. I guess we tested our mnemonic there. Okay. That's good enough. Alright, I'm gonna get up, walk around, fill out my drink, get some glucose, and I'll be back for Hansa Hero. If you're gonna watch this later, you're only interested in Japanese language learning, right? And WaniKani, it's the end of the session today. Arigatou gozaimasu, right? Aras. And until later for those, until next time for those peeps, minasan, mata ne, ja ne. And I am gonna be right back for Hansa Hero. Thank you, thank you.